Hey, you guys. Good morning. Good morning. Sorry about the interruption there. I don't know what happened. The internet went off, and then Streamlabs was like, I don't know what to do. So then they stopped playing the intro, and then they started playing the intro over, and then it was all, well, you were there. You guys know. I apologize for that. Good morning. Good morning. It is Mike. Guess what day it is? Hump day. All right. Happy Wednesday. We made it through half. We've made it halfway. Oh my gosh. We've made it halfway through the week. Let me say good morning to you guys. All right. Good morning, Angel. Good morning, Neat Noodle. Call me Sadie Clicker. Good morning. Good morning. There's me. Let's see. Hey, Deborah, good to see you. Good morning. Violet, good morning. Oh, I'm so sorry. Call me Sadie. As long as I don't move or breathe, shoulder is not too painful. Oh, bless your heart. I'm so sorry, babe. Hey, Sarah Bella. Oh, I'll check it out. Thank you for sending me an email, babe. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. So I appreciate that. Okay. So now where we are, I have us right where we stopped yesterday. And I should have just kept playing yesterday because I honestly thought that the state would have more questions, but I should have listened to myself because the state doesn't actually have to really do anything in a hearing like this, okay? The burden is completely and solely on the defense. And in essence, the state's already proved their case. And some of the appellate issues that Todd Mullis has already raised have been upheld. So, by the Court of Appeals. So, I should have just kept playing yesterday, and I apologize for that. So, what we're going to do is we are going to start with the cross-examination of the original medical examiner. Let me put this a different way. We're gonna start with the cross-examination of the forensic pathologist who performed Amy Mullis's autopsy and testified at the original trial. There, that's much better. Okay, here we go. And then we're going to go to day 2. I'm going to tell you right now, I have skimmed through day 2 to refresh. It's a lot of, there's going to be another medical examiner or another forensic pathologist that's going to testify for the defense. And then there is a biomedical mechanical engineer is going to testify. All right, so here we go.
Thank you. Mr. Brown,
I'm going to try to be done by 4:30.
Okay.
You give me a chance, and I'll try to get. Dr. Cruz, I don't think came planning to stay this evening. Yeah, no. I didn't think so. So, yeah, I'll try to get through this. If I may approach the witness, I'm going to do this real fast.
You may.
I'm going to show you 3 exhibits, A, B, and C. You can look at those for me. What is A?
A is my CV.
Is that up to date?
I've since earned a certificate at Rake University in the education portion that I recently updated it with, but other than that, it's appropriate.
What is B?
B is, it starts with that letter to Deputy Human Staff about his request for photographs and then continues into my autopsy report.
Is B the entirety of your autopsy report?
Yes.
And then what is C?
C is a quality assurance paper as part of our standard protocol at my office. All cases that are deemed homicide are formally reviewed by another pathologist in our office.
Is that a record that's normally maintained in your office as part of your certification?
Yes.
Okay. In as much as they're not admitted, we'd offer A, B, and C.
Any objection? No. They will be admitted.
All right. Dr. Cruz, you were asked about a deposition where it was page 19. Do you recall? It was just a minute ago.
Yes.
All right. And on the page, do you have that page in front of you?
No.
You guys have that up.
You want to screw back up?
please. I'm not connected. Page 19.
Would you mind if we just show this copy just to...
Yes, let's do that. Thank you.
Page 19 of
Approach, please.
her testimony.
Thank you.
See page 19 of the deposition?
Yes.
All right, and then was lines, I think, 8 through 11 you were asked to review.
Yes.
In lines 8 through 11, you said that she could have pulled it out of her once, meaning the rake, correct?
Yes.
All right, the next sentence is the difficulty of that in someone's back with the depth of the tines to me seems incredibly unlikely. True?
Yes.
All right, then what's the last line? I don't believe that was mentioned. What was the last comment that you made in that deposition on page 19?
I say, and then the thought that she fell on it again, pulled it out, and again, it's just not a feasible possibility.
Okay. Any of those opinions or characterizations, have those changed for you at all over this course of time?
No.
Okay. All right, I want to talk a bit about the process that you follow at the medical examiner's office. Where is the medical examiner's office?
Ankeny, Iowa?
And are there other forensic pathologists that work there?
Yes.
How many?
At the time, there were 3 other forensic pathologists.
Okay, and currently there's also 3 others other than you, is that right?
There are 4 others now.
Sorry, I missed one. And who is the state medical examiner?
Dr. Dennis Klein?
And would Dr. Klein have been the doctor that hired you?
Yes.
All right. And as you have other assistants at the medical examiner's office, can you just briefly describe that for the court?
Sure. So in terms of our office, we have Dr. Dennis Klein. He is the chief state medical examiner. We have Dr. Jonathan Thompson. He's the deputy state medical examiner. He's also the one who formally reviewed my report. At the time, Dr. Michelle Catalier was the other associate state medical examiner with me. Currently, the associate state medical examiners are Dr. Jacob Smith and Dr. Allison Hade.
And as part of your work and routine in examining cases, do you frequently consult with one another?
Yes.
Okay, does that happen on a daily basis?
Yes.
Anytime you might have a difficult case or something that might be confusing to you, can you rely on them to help you?
Yes.
And in this case, whenever you did the autopsy of Amy Mullis, would that same support system have been in place for you?
Yes.
Do you also have the use of investigators in your office?
Yes.
What does an investigator in the medical examiner's office do?
Our medico-legal death investigators are each assigned one person to a case. They will communicate with law enforcement. They gather law enforcement reports, medical records. They talk to family and gather any other information that we may need for our determination of cause and manner of death.
And would you have had that resource available to you in the investigation and the autopsy of Amy Mullis?
Yes.
Is there a quality control process in place at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Describe that for us, please.
Part of our regular quality control is for any case where both cause and manner are undetermined, or where manner is homicide, the case is formally reviewed by one of the other pathologists. They fill out a form where they say if photographs, documentation, our ultimate opinion are all correct, and if they agree, and then they sign that form. We also review random reports throughout the year per name guidelines on cases that are natural, suicide, and accident.
You had mentioned earlier in your direct that you were performing more than one autopsy at the same time as Amy Mullis. Is that right?
To the best of my recollection, yes, that's standard.
Okay, so that's what I'm getting at. Is that a standard practice?
Yes.
Is there any concern in your mind that cases get confused or that creates any type of issue with either one of those cases?
Never. That's my normal day.
Okay. And do the
All right, I just need to pause briefly for some fair use commentary. While I would say that the likelihood of a pathologist, a forensic pathologist, getting confused about what they're looking at when they're working on multiple cases is the likelihood of that is relatively low. I would also say that specifically this case, Amy Mullis, her autopsy, given what instrument, the corn rake, they believe is the likely instrument that resulted in her death. Okay. I highly, highly doubt that this is something, even in a farming community, that, Thank you, Sadie. Thank you so much. Call me Sadie. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for the super stickers. Sadie says, thank you, Jen. I love this community. Thank you. And also to Violet's question, yes, she was a new employee at the time. She'd only done about 300 autopsies at the time that she performed Amy Mullis's autopsy. Hey, Kestra, good to see you, babe. Been a long time. Oh, and thank you for becoming a member. Oh my goodness, 35 months of membership. Thank you so, so much. I appreciate that greatly. Thank you for supporting me and the channel. I appreciate that. Okay. So my concern is that even in a farming community, being impaled by a corn rake is probably not something that is seen all of the time, particularly in the back. Okay. I just don't think it's something that they see regularly, like other farming accidents. Okay. I think this would be atypical. Now, in my mind, it seems that unfortunately, there's some missing information that this specific forensic pathologist didn't take into consideration. And one of those is the position in which the corn rake was in her back. And I understand, even though it comes from that information would come from Todd and Tristan Mullis, mainly Todd, probably. I think poor Tristan must have been in and Todd, but Tristan is a kid, so much more that must have been really horrifying and shocking to see his mom like that. But even if they're a what one would consider a biased witness, particularly Todd, because Todd has a motive to be less than honest. He has a motive to lie. Okay. It is what it is. Even still, I think that his recount should have been taken into consideration insofar as to rule it out. It would have been helpful for her to know how he says the corn rake was in her back, and if she could match that up. Then you have the additional problem that there are 4 holes in Amy's jacket, which was the outermost layer of clothing that she had on that day, yet there are 6 holes in her body. Now, see, that would give me pause. I would be like, now, how could that have happened? And I would have wondered about that. And it feels to me like, and I also wonder, see, they're reviewing her actual report. Okay. So if she didn't take into consideration the position that the corn rake was in, then it likely wasn't in her report, right? So that another forensic pathologist who would be reviewing her report wouldn't know that information was available. And while I agree that the peer review checks and balances system is a good system, it's not infallible. So that's just what I have to say about that. All right. We don't have much left to go, so let's finish this up.
The other pathologists, the forensic pathologists in your office do the same thing?
Yes.
And at those autopsies, even though you're doing more than one, do you have the resources available to you that you've just described?
Yes.
Now, from beginning to end on autopsy, you were asked that the physical autopsy that you do was about 2 to 3 hours. Is that correct?
Correct.
But the whole process takes much longer than that. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the court, please?
The physical autopsy itself is really the shortest portion of the whole process. The autopsy examination is performed with the photographs and the collection of evidence and other items. I then write my report. I review photographs as part of that report writing process, and then I wait for the results of any ancillary testing to return, such as toxicology, histologies, looking at things under the microscope. That takes time, can take a matter of weeks. During that time, law enforcement reports, medical record reports, any other information is gathered as well and then reviewed by me. Once everything is back, everything is re-reviewed by me. My report is edited and then ultimately finalized. Since
I need to stop you right there, Doctor. The other issue I have is the toxicology report. Okay. She did not order a panel that included prescription and street drugs. To me, that is problematic. When my mom died, because she died at home, of course, there was, and she wasn't under hospice care, it was sudden. There was an autopsy performed, and we had to wait probably about 6 weeks, maybe a little bit longer, for the medical examiner to call us back and let us know what was going on with my mom, because he was waiting on toxicology reports, and he wanted to be thorough. So ultimately, it was determined that my mom died of what they refer to as the widowmaker. It was a massive heart attack. But because my mom had been seeing a cardiologist, she'd had multiple stents put in, and she was also on medication, a lot of medication, like a lot of different kinds of medication. She was on pain medication, she was on cardiac medication, she was also on psychiatric medication. He wanted to review all of those results. I don't understand why this woman, who knew that Amy had had surgery just recently, like, maybe in a few weeks before her murder or her death, because at that time she, whatever, at her death, I just don't understand why a full panel, including prescription and street drugs, wasn't ordered, because I think that's important information to know. But alas, it wasn't done. Here we go.
For example, in this case, since it was a homicide, before the report was officially finalized, it received a QA by Dr. Thompson.
All right. So what date did this case present to you? What was the first day you would have started working on it?
The autopsy was performed on November 12th of 2018.
And when did you sign out the final report?
The final report was signed on December 17th of 2018.
So nearly a month.
Yes.
And at any point in that time frame, if you would have received other information that would have either contradicted your findings or caused you to change your opinions, would you have done that?
Yes.
Since the autopsy report has been finalized, you've been provided a lot of other information, correct?
Yes.
You've reviewed a report that essentially has criticized your findings. Is that true?
Objection, Your Honor. This goes to the issue raised about cabining her opinions to her 2023 deposition.
I think you opened the door on that, Ms. Thompson. I don't think this is insensitive at all. Violet says, not to be insensitive, but this happened right around the height of the opiate epidemic. Even more reason to run further labs. Not saying she was abusing by any means, but why not rule it out? Exactly. That's my thing. Why? What would have been the harm in ordering extra panels? I don't understand that. I mean, I feel like, in my opinion, it would have, crossed I's and dotted T's. It was important information to know, because it was something that it's not okay. She wasn't in like pain management, so it wasn't long term, right? It was, she was prescribed pain medication for what typically would be described as acute pain, after surgery pain. I don't understand this. Yeah, call me Sadie, and I'm sorry about the loss of your mom. Those are just one of those things that I know people say time heals all wounds. That's lies. It doesn't heal the wound. That's not true. The wound is still there. The wound, you carry the wound the rest of your life. All the time does is you're used to having that wound. That's it. That's all. The wound is not healed. But Sadie says, my mom passed in the hospital. However, she was unresponsive at home. So there was an autopsy and they ordered a complete toxicology report as well. And that was back in 1997. Exactly. And the other issue that I have with this specific forensic pathologist is yesterday she testified, or well, she didn't testify yesterday, but yesterday when we were listening to her testimony, she said that she was, how did she put it? She was basically sure that it was a homicide when she started the autopsy, but she was open to hearing or to additional information and what the actual autopsy results bore out. Now, you cannot be those two cancel each other out. You're either open or you're closed. Do you know what I mean? Like you've either made up your mind or you're open to, or you're open. You know, it's very difficult to when somebody has made up their mind about something, it's very difficult to get them to change their mind. I mean, it makes no sense to me. And I find that specific part of her testimony rather troubling because it's giving confirmation bias, in my opinion. All right, here we go.
Mr. Browning, do you want to respond?
Well, yeah, I mean, they want to sit here and complain about Dr. Cruz's opinions. They keep pigeonholing her to only go to the 2023. Clearly, they have other information that they're going to offer that criticizes Dr. Cruz's opinions. She has reviewed that information, and I expect her testimony to be that she has not changed her opinion, even based upon that. That's what I'm getting at. They cannot open this door and then close it on us. This is clearly admissible.
This has to do with the court's pretrial ruling about the purposes for which she was designated in this case, and her designations not designating her as a cross-expert to respond on the applicant's expert, Your Honor. I mean, if the court determines I open the door in my exam, while
Oh, this is an excellent question, Violet. Violet says, generally, your mom's profession was histology, right? Is it common to keep tissue samples at autopsy? Wasn't sure if you knew. Perhaps you could go back and test blood or tissue. They do keep the samples. But I think the length of time that they keep those samples depends on the hospital itself. And I'm sure there are other factors that, because I wish my mom was here, I'd ask her, but I know that they keep them. And the only reason I know they keep them is because I've seen. So they do keep them. I'm just not sure how long they keep them. And because I know that for certain, and these are not necessarily autopsy tissue samples, but like tests for certain types of cancer require what they call special stains. And it's done by a machine, but the machine is set up by a human. Okay. And there are times when the machine doesn't work or it messes up or it doesn't come out and the pathologist can't read the slides. Okay. So they have to redo it. So they do. I mean, it's not like they use up all the tissue, they try not to anyway. So I would imagine that they are kept, but I'm not exactly sure for like how long they would be kept. And of course, if blood has been collected, and this depends, this is another issue too. So, when blood is collected at a scene, right, by the crime scene technicians, they have to hold that sample, provided that it's not subjected to some type of consumptive test. And if that is the case, usually both sides have to agree that it's fine to because they know that there's not going to be any sample left. But they have to keep the crime lab has to keep the samples of anything of materials until I think the appeals are exhausted, not and then a little longer than that. Do you know what I'm saying? So I would imagine there's got to be samples around. I would think. I'm not sure though. I don't know how I think each hospital does it a little bit differently. Or I the medical examiner's office, I should say. All right, here we go. But they are sent to a histology lab, which is usually, I mean, they do have private histology labs, but by and large, most histology labs are located in the hospital. All right, here we go.
I might disagree, I would respect that, but this was the court's pretrial ruling.
And I agree, which is why I was surprised by some of your questions that we were going there. I'm just looking back at my notes, but I understood some of your questions to be quite broad and to open the door. So I think this question at least is fair. So the objection is going to be overruled. Do you remember the question at this point?
I would ask that it be read back.
Well, and there was an objection, so it'll have to be. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
You've reviewed a report that essentially has criticized your findings. Is that
May I continue with that, Judge?
you may.
Okay, you've reviewed a report that has essentially criticized your findings in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you've done a thorough review of that report?
Yes.
Is that from Dr. Hammers?
Yes.
And has that review caused you to change any of the opinions that you've given in this case?
No.
During an autopsy, there was some questions that you were asked concerning law enforcement being present.
Yes.
How often does that happen in autopsies that you perform?
On a pretty regular basis, I imagine potentially weekly.
And is that something your office invites?
Yes.
That you want that assistance?
Yes.
What's the purpose of a law enforcement officer being at the autopsy?
Law enforcement officers can learn a lot from the autopsy. We encourage them to come. They interact a lot with family and may learn how to better investigate a case, to not disturb the body in a certain way that might affect us at autopsy. We think they benefit greatly from it. Also in terms of, wound interpretation or any other sort of questions, if they're available at time of autopsy, that's beneficial to us.
Okay, so Kez says, I'm really behind in this trial. I thought the husband killed his wife. I'll have to go back to the beginning of this. I can catch you up. So this is a bench trial it's called a post-conviction relief. So this hearing, it has to do with the defense has raised the issue of ineffective assistance of counsel. And so they're having this hearing and they're using the original trial, parts of the original trial testimony, just basically to assert that there were things that were not done by the defense attorneys in Todd Mullis's original trial that had they been done, had they looked into these things, had they investigated properly, they would have come out at trial, the jury would have been able to hear them, and the jury most likely would have reached a different conclusion, meaning they probably would have voted not guilty versus guilty. So basically what Todd wants is a new trial. That's the deal. All right, here we go.
And other than Deputy Hemasaf, was there any other law enforcement that...
Hang on a minute. I just realized something. Let me rewind this testimony back because she's talking about from the, her testimony is regarding how law enforcement can benefit from attending an autopsy. But couldn't a forensic pathologist benefit from law enforcement in attending the autopsy for to be able to give them information it just seems like she's testified multiple times about in different ways at different times during this hearing and during different questions that have been asked, but she's testified that she's open to hearing information from other sources, yet she isn't actually open because she doesn't ask any questions. I might have to just let this go and just let it be a personal beef for me and just let it go, so we don't have to sit through this for ever and ever, because it's bothersome to me.
That you consulted during the autopsy of Amy Mullis?
No.
Okay.
I'm rewinding it. Just give me a sec.
Sort of questions if they're available at time of autopsy. That's interact a lot with officers.
Assistance?
Yes.
What's the purpose of a law enforcement officer being at the autopsy?
Law enforcement officers can learn a lot from the autopsy. We encourage them to come. They interact a lot with family and may learn how to better investigate a case, to not disturb the body in a certain way that might affect us at autopsy. We think they benefit greatly from it. Also in terms of, wound interpretation or any other sort of questions, if they're available at time of autopsy, that's beneficial to us.
And other than Deputy Hemus South, was there any other law enforcement that you consulted during the autopsy of Amy Mullis?
No.
Okay. And concerning how Amy Mullis was found, you've been provided a description of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know the source of that information?
It's my understanding the source is her family, her son, and her husband.
Okay. Is there any, as far as you know, any law enforcement that made those observations?
No.
What are we doing, fellas?
Okay, Dr. Cruz, there were some notes that were reviewed with you by counsel that related to a conversation you had with John Turbot.
Yes.
There was a comment in there concerning injuries being consistent with the fall.
Yes.
What was that? What were you referencing?
Well, those are his notes. And as we established earlier today, the blunt force injury she sustained could have been from a fall.
Okay, so the blunt force being what? The injury to the chin?
Correct. Her abrasions and her contusions.
You were not meaning to reference the injuries from the tines of the rake?
No.
Okay. Dr. Thompson is the local, or was the local medical examiner at the time of Amy Mullis's death?
Yes, he's a county medical examiner who I believe was covering for Delaware County while the regular medical examiner was out of town.
Just to put this into context, every county has its own county medical examiner, is that right?
Yes.
And this is usually just a local doctor that goes through some basic training.
Yes, they have to be a physician, and experience and training vary.
Right, and that training is provided by your office.
Yes.
Dr. Thompson would not be qualified to perform the examination that you perform, correct?
Correct.
Right. They're just local boots on the ground, so to speak.
Yes, and who have medical training to assist them with their judgment.
Prior to November of 2023, did you know Dr. Thompson personally?
No.
Had you ever worked with him before, as long as you know? Had you ever worked with him at all?
No.
Okay. Was he the first person that brought this information to your attention that there were injuries that he thought were suspicious?
We have a morgue attendant who answers our phone at the office who would have connected me with Dr. Thompson. The only other person who would say that beforehand would be just someone letting me know Dr. Thompson called. He has concerns, give him a call back. But direct concerns came from him.
And you would certainly consider that, at least initially in your examination of Amy Mullis, correct?
I respect his medical opinion.
As you would if any other autopsy where the county medical examiner would provide you some information, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the toxicology panel?
Yes.
All right. I get a couple questions with that. I'm just about done. You were asked whether or not you looked for prescription medications.
Yes.
All right. You said no.
Some were included on that basic panel, but outside the prescription medications of abuse.
I don't think you were asked why you didn't do that. So why wouldn't you have expanded that panel with the toxicology lab that you work with?
Expanded toxicology panels are ordered when the drugs in a person's system may have contributed to their death or directly caused a person's death. In a case where someone has an injury that caused their death, drugs within their system are usually irrelevant. In this case, I deemed them non-contributory to Ms. Mullis's death. We order toxicology routinely, so I ordered the basic panel. The expanded panel, which would be in addition to most cases, was not appropriate at all in this case. I knew her cause and manner of death at the end of autopsy.
Bruh. That's all I can say here. You were, okay. You knew at the time of the autopsy, at the beginning of the autopsy and by the end of the autopsy, that that Amy Mullis, right? It was said that she fell on a corn rake. Okay. And okay. If it were a fall, wouldn't you want, if you're trying to rule in or rule out a fall, wouldn't you want to know what, if any, medications or other substances may or may not have been in her system that could have contributed to a fall, just to rule it out? That's what I don't understand. Hey, Margie, good to see you. That's what I don't understand about this. How were you so confident but open? I can't wrap my brain around that. I mean, is it me, you guys? Am I being intentionally obtuse here? Because if I am, let me know.
And you would have access to even consulting with a forensic toxicologist if needed, is that right?
Yes.
Did you feel that was necessary in this case at all?
No.
And context, you asked about the context of how the body was found and where it was found. I believe you said that you did not consider that at all, or that didn't factor into your opinions?
Correct.
Okay, can you tell us why not?
I am able to interpret wounds on a person's body. Information about how a person was found needs to be considered carefully. I did not know those things to be true. The way the handle was sticking out of Miss Mullis has no bearing on the fact that she was impaled with a corn rake more than once. It doesn't change my cause of death. It doesn't change my manner of death.
Okay. And whenever you say she was impaled with a corn rake theoretically could have been swung, correct?
Yes.
Could have been pushed into her?
Yes.
Like a knife?
Yes.
Right? Or in some other way, correct?
Yes.
You know that the rake was, the rake was what caused the injuries that caused her death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm getting from her right now, and what I got from her now that I'm thinking back at trial, is essentially the reason that she ruled this a homicide is because of the number of times, TIMES, that Amy Mullis was impaled with the corn rake. It was that, because obviously whether or not she was impaled with the corn rake or the corn rake was what impaled her was really never in question. I mean, Todd said that she felt that he pulled the corn rake out of her back. He did say that. All of those things. So it's the sheer number of times that the the sheer number of sharp force injuries to Amy Mullis's back is what caused this to be ruled a homicide. That's what I'm getting from this. Okay.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Extremely briefly, Your Honor. You've described the quality control process at the medical examiner's office, Dr. Cruz. Did the quality control process at the medical examiner's office catch this error that you described in your opinion section that was I think you used the word, and I don't want to misstate your testimony, but an obvious error or a glaring error?
Yeah, I don't remember if I used those words either, but no, it did not catch the error.
That's an error that you immediately recognized in re-reviewing your report. Is that right?
I did.
The word she used was typo.
Okay. Is it your belief that the quality control process in place at the medical examiner's office is consistent with other quality control practices across forensic pathology?
It's in keeping with requirements by the National Association of Medical Examiners. I don't know what other offices do.
You testified that you later learned some information about how Ms. Mullis was found, and I think it was your testimony that the source of that information was members of the Mullis family. Is that right?
Yes.
Did anyone ever provide to you recorded interviews of Todd Mullis and Tristan Mullis talking about this issue?
Not that I remember.
As of your deposition in 2023, did you have any idea what Todd Mullis and Tristan Mullis had said to law enforcement about this issue? In terms of directly from them?
Not that I recall.
And you described that you had resources at the medical examiner's office that were at your disposal to conduct a further investigation into this case. Is that right?
We have investigators who can help me gather information about the case.
You told me earlier in your exam, which might feel like a long time ago to both of us, that there was no requirement after the physical examination portion of your autopsy for you to make your findings at that time. Is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, I think your testimony was that that's the shortest part of the process, correct?
The autopsy itself is, yes.
The physical autopsy isn't even really the end of your basic process for collecting information about an investigation. Is that right?
Correct. I gather information after the autopsy and consider all that information before finalizing my report. In this case, my opinion always stayed the same.
In this case, you made your determination after the physical examination and did not change it after that.
Correct.
No other questions, Your Honor. One moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't believe there is an issue. Your Honor, we are seeking to admit the exhibits from today, which I think if the parties are in agreement, this doesn't require more foundation or authentication. I think we can address that tomorrow potentially. I just don't want to lose my chance to solve that problem, but I don't believe there is an issue with anything we offered.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. I think the parties had talked informally during the break, and we came to an agreement on all the exhibits that were referenced, I believe. If there's a specific exhibit you want to clarify, otherwise.
I don't want to waste the court's time with this at 4:40, so I think the parties are in agreement. They've conferred, and we can address that tomorrow with the court's permission.
That's fine with me, as long as you guys are comfortable that we won't have any hiccups with it.
I think we're fine, Your Honor. We conferred, Your Honor.
Okay. Any recross, Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Dr. Cruz, you may sit down. Thank you. It is time to
Okay, so Margie asks, why is he in orange? I thought when they come into court, they had to be in regular clothes. So normally, if it were a jury trial, yes, typically they come in their street clothes. However, this is a bench trial, and the judge, and it's also a oh my gosh, why can't I think of what it's a PCR. It is a post-conviction relief hearing trial, bench trial. And so obviously it's right in the words post-conviction, meaning he's already been convicted. And this is a number of years after the trial. So the judge would obviously know that Todd Mullis is incarcerated currently. So, there's really no need for him to appear in street clothes. I feel like um, if they had asked if he could appear in street clothes and made a motion, they probably would have allowed it. But there's really no need, because the reason that they want defendants who are incarcerated prior to their trial, right? Or yeah, that it's prejudicial to the jury to see them in their shackles and in an orange jumpsuit. It gives them off the impression that the defendant is, guilty. So that's why they do it. But in this case, it's different. You don't. It's no big deal. All right. So let's go over to day 2, where we can start. Oh, crap. I didn't mean to do this. Hold on. Why did it? I clicked the wrong button. My bad, you guys. Hold on. Let me close this one and I won't get confused. There we go. All right. So at the beginning of the day, they basically are going over the exhibits, and they're given numbers. And so the fact of the matter is, unless we were all keeping a list of the exhibit numbers, we're not gonna understand it. So I just went ahead and skipped to where they call. I think I did anyways. Yes, their first witness. So that's where we're going to start. Here we go.
But we have the state has stipulated to a numerous amount of our exhibits, and we have also stipulated to some of their exhibits for admission, starting with 201.
Oh my gosh.
To 202.
I thought I had already skipped it. My bad.
To 20.
Go ahead and have a seat.
So they have,
doctor, take your time, come forward and have a seat in the.
Excuse me, Your Honor. So they have the defense has called their own forensic pathologist, Dr. Jennifer Hammers, and she's going to be testifying. Hey, Tony, good to see you, babe. It's been a minute. Good to see you. And Kez, sweet dreams. It's 2:00 in the morning, babe. Get to bed. All right, here we go.
The chair to my left. Yep, go ahead and have a seat. If you'd raise your right hand. You've been called as a witness. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Okay, and then there's a microphone in front of you, a bottom button in the center. Perfect. And then you can adjust the chair and the microphone so that you can sit comfortably.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Thompson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Hammers.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
Sure. My name is Jennifer Hammers, JENNIFER, HAMMERS.
Okay, I'm sorry I have to be this person once more. Okay. But normally I would skip through their qualifications. Okay. But in this case, because this is for post-conviction relief, and she's been called by the defense because she reviewed the original forensic pathologist who performed the autopsy. She's reviewed her report. It's important, I think, that we hear her qualifications and stuff, because normally, otherwise, like if it was a trial, I would skip through this part, because it's, they're going to be qualified as an expert, which means that they're allowed to give opinions where lay people are not. So, but I think it's important that we know who this doctor is and what her qualifications are, because I think it's important to know those things so we can decide, how credible we find her testimony. All right, here we go.
Were you retained as an expert by attorneys for Todd Mullis in this case?
Yes, I was.
And are you here this morning to offer opinions about your evaluation and work in this case?
Yes, I am.
We'll get to that in a minute, but I want to start by asking you about your background and experience. What is your current profession, Dr. Hammers?
I am a forensic pathologist.
Briefly, what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology, which is a specialized area of medicine that specifically focuses on the investigation and determination of cause and manner of death, primarily for decedents who die suddenly or unexpectedly.
Where is your practice based out of?
It's based out of Western Pennsylvania, so in the Pittsburgh area.
Do you currently work as a forensic pathologist for any governmental entities?
My business holds contracts with different counties, which are governmental entities, to perform autopsies for their counties.
Why do those counties have contracts with you to perform those autopsies?
So they're small counties that aren't large enough to have their own medical examiner system, like there are in many larger cities and states. And so those small counties will contract with forensic pathologists to perform their autopsies, because the coroners who are responsible for the investigation are not typically physicians or even are not typically forensic pathologists or even physicians.
Do you perform the same services for those counties that a medical examiner would in a larger county?
Yes, I do.
In your capacity with your contracts with those counties, do you work with police and law enforcement at all?
I do.
And what do you do in that capacity with law enforcement?
I get information from law enforcement about their investigation. I'll get reconstruction reports if the police do accident reconstruction. And depending on the county, there will be detectives or police who will show up to observe the autopsy, take photos from the autopsy, or collect evidence.
I want to come back to your current employment in a minute, but let's talk briefly about your education. Are you a medical school graduate?
I am.
What degree do you have?
I have a DO, or a Doctor of Osteopathic Medicine.
Is that different from an MD?
The medical training is the same. There's some additional training in osteopathic manipulation that osteopathic physicians get, but essentially the basics of the medical education and the time that it takes to become a physician and the training is the same.
After graduation, did you do a residency?
Yes, I did.
For how long?
For 4 years.
And after your residency, did you do a fellowship?
Yes.
Where?
I did my forensic fellowship at the New York City Medical Examiner's Office, based in Manhattan, and I stayed there for a second year of fellowship, specifically focused on forensic neuropathology and cardiac pathology.
What did you do during your fellowship?
So I performed autopsies primarily. I testified in court to my findings, and in my second year, I served on the consultant service to examine hearts and brains that were saved from our forensic cases. During that year, I also continued to perform autopsies.
While you were performing your fellowship in New York, were the autopsies that you were performing only on people who had been residents of New York City before they died?
No, the jurisdiction, the law indicates that anybody who dies within the city, it's the responsibility of the medical examiner to investigate and determine the cause and manner of death. So that included tourists, people who were brought into hospitals in New York City from other states or other counties. Those all fell under our jurisdiction.
In addition to things that for you would be typical autopsies, did you perform any autopsies involving atypical deaths?
Yes, certainly.
Can you give me some examples?
Sure. We had deaths that were unusual because of being in a city. We had people who, jumped off of buildings and bridges and would be injured by objects on the ground or close to the ground. We had, because of the nature of the medical centers there, we had people from rural areas that either had work-related accidents, industrial accidents, that would be brought into the city.
When your fellowship was over in New York City, where did you go?
I took a job as a medical examiner in Boston, Massachusetts, working for the Commonwealth.
And what geographic area did your work in that office cover?
So we covered all the cases from the Boston area, but we also received cases from the entire Commonwealth, so all the way to the western border.
And just like in New York City, what kinds of cases did you see while you were there that might be different from more typical cases?
So certainly a lot of water-related deaths. We had an increase in, rural deaths, so vehicular accidents, farming accidents, accidents, in the woods while skiing on a mountain, those types of things.
After your time in Boston, where did you go next?
I moved back to New York City. I was invited to come back and work there, so I went back to the New York City Medical Examiner's office and worked for 4 years.
Did you have any particular responsibilities during those 4 years in New York?
So in addition to doing autopsies again, for the first 2 years, I was the fellowship program director for the 2 programs that I had graduated from. And so that meant that I was responsible for training and helping maintain the accreditation for that program. So I did a lot of teaching of the fellows during those 2 years that I was in Manhattan. The second 2 years I moved to Brooklyn, and I was the deputy chief medical examiner of the Kings County facility, which covered cases for Staten Island and Brooklyn. And in that role, I basically was in charge of running that office, the day-to-day operations. There were 7 other medical examiners that worked with me. The fellows rotated. We had medical students from primarily from Downstate University. And then a staff of about 40 people. So I ran that office and then was part of the city medical examiner's executive team, which made decisions about hiring, budgets, running the DNA lab, running all of the offices and the training programs.
For those jobs that you had in Boston and New York, did you testify in court?
Yes, I did.
And did you testify in cases where your conclusion was that the death involved was a homicide?
Yes.
Did you testify in cases where you drew other conclusions?
Yes.
What did you do after your time in New York?
So I was looking for a job or evaluating jobs as a chief medical examiner, and ultimately was offered a position in a private practice in Pittsburgh with Dr. Cyril Wecht. So I accepted that position and moved to Pittsburgh to work with him in his private practice to help him perform autopsies.
Is Dr. Wecht still alive?
No, unfortunately, he passed away just about a year ago.
And what was your job with Dr. Wecht?
So my job was to work for his practice. I primarily performed autopsies, completed autopsy reports, and testified in court to those findings.
Did you ultimately leave Dr. Wecht's practice?
I did.
When did you do that?
In November of 2022.
And what did you do next?
So in November of 2022, I started working for myself full-time. And so I had already been performing per diem autopsies for other counties that needed help or when people were on vacation. And I had my own medical legal consulting cases that I worked on. So I just transitioned into doing that full-time.
Let me just pause briefly for commentary and under fair use to say, bruh, Dr. Cyril Wecht, like highly, highly, highly respected forensic pathologist. Yes, that is an amazing, I mean, she's quite credentialed. And so also her being the medical examiner for New York City, I don't know if you guys know this or even remember this, but that was once Dr. Michael Baden's job. That is not an easy job. It's a lot. All right, here we go.
And why did you do that?
I felt like after, almost 10 years working for the government and 5 years of working for Dr. Wecht at 15 years of experience, I had always wanted to either run an office or work for myself, and I felt like that was a good time for me to do that.
How many employees does your business have now?
We have, between full-time and part-time people who work with us, 14 people.
You told us earlier that you hold contracts to perform autopsies for various counties in Pennsylvania. Is that right?
Yes.
What percentage of your time in your current practice is spent doing work for those counties?
I would say probably about 60 to 70%.
And in terms of the demographics of those counties, are they rural or urban or suburban, or what is their makeup?
They're primarily rural, with one county having some small areas that are, I would consider, a little more suburban.
And for the autopsies that you've performed for those rural counties, what kinds of injuries are you seeing at autopsy?
The whole variety. We see the typical cases that medical examiners see, like, motor vehicle crashes and gunshot wounds. But we see a lot of deaths in more rural areas, like people on dirt bikes or ATVs, farms, people at work who are passing away, those types of cases.
In your current practice, do you testify in court?
I do.
And have you testified on cases in your current practice where your opinion has been that the manner of death was a homicide?
Yes.
All right, you said that I think you said 60 to 70% of your current practice is with those counties, is that right?
Yes.
What else are you doing with the rest of your professional time currently?
So I participate in medical legal consultations, like I've done on this case, and a large amount of that other time is spent teaching and as the pathology division chief at the Duquesne University College of Osteopathic Medicine.
I want to come back to your teaching in a minute, but you mentioned that you do consulting work. Can you explain what a consulting forensic pathologist does?
Sure. So primarily we're asked to review records. Typically it's cases where either a living or decedent person has had evaluations, and I'm given either medical records, autopsy reports, photographs, investigative information, and I'm asked to review that, analyze that, and offer independent opinions based off of my review.
Who are the clients that retain you for those consultations?
Attorneys do.
In what kinds of cases?
All kinds of cases. I've consulted in civil cases. I've consulted in criminal cases, both for the prosecution and the defense, Title IX cases, on college campuses, arbitrations, living victims of things like strangulation, so a whole variety.
And are you retained more often for one side or the other in those consults?
I would say for the consultations, it's probably about 50-50.
And have you been called to consult on criminals cases as well as civil cases?
Yes, I have.
In some of those consults, are you performing an autopsy?
I'm sorry, what did you ask me?
Sure. For some of the cases that you're consulting on, have you been asked to perform an autopsy?
Occasionally. It's uncommon, but yes.
And for those cases where you're not performing an autopsy, but you're consulting, do you follow a different procedure in terms of the way that you evaluate the case?
No, I follow the same procedure.
Well, if you're not performing an autopsy, how are you able to get information to aid in your evaluation?
Well, I'm using the autopsy and the information that's documented in the report, in the photos, in their investigative reports, and reviewing that and drawing my own conclusions from that, and then placing that autopsy into the context of all of the other information that's available, just like I would do if I performed the autopsy.
As a consulting pathologist, do you have clients who retain you to provide opinions in a case who elect ultimately not to use those opinions?
Yes. So my opinions are my opinions. If they choose to use them, they may. If not, then they may not.
Is it a concern for you if a client elects not to use your opinions?
No, it's not.
All right. You mentioned that you teach, and in addition to your work with Duquesne University, are you teaching anywhere else currently?
I teach at Duquesne University in 2 other programs other than the medical school, in the Masters of Forensic Science and Law program, and at the law school at Duquesne. And then I teach a course at Boston University in their Masters of Anthropology program.
Have you presented and published on topics in forensic pathology?
Yes.
Are you a licensed physician?
I am.
In what states?
Pennsylvania, New York, Massachusetts, and California.
Are you board certified in any subjects?
Yes.
What subjects?
Anatomic and clinical pathology and forensic pathology.
Are you a member of any forensic pathology professional societies?
I am.
What societies?
I'm a member of our 2 national societies, the National Association of Medical Examiners and the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
Do you hold any leadership or committee positions in forensic pathology?
I do.
And can you tell me about any of those?
Sure. So I am part of the American Board of Pathology's Test Development Review Committee for our continuing certification, which are questions that we have to answer quarterly in order to maintain our license. So on that committee, we review questions, we edit them, we update them, make sure they're current, look at feedback from the test takers, and consider that. I also am part of the ACGME, which is the Graduate Medical Education Council, which certifies our training programs in pathology, so both in primary pathology, anatomic and clinical, and all of the subspecialties. So we review those programs annually and issue citations if programs are non-compliant with the requirements.
In total, Dr. Hammers, at this point in your career, how many autopsies have you performed?
Probably just under about 6,000.
Have you been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology in the past?
Yes, I have.
Has a court ever determined that you were not qualified as a forensic pathologist?
No, it is not.
In your career with teaching, have you been involved in running any teachings or trainings for law enforcement?
I have.
And can you tell me what that has been?
Sure. So for the last probably 5 or so years, I've taught for the Pennsylvania State Police, who put on a basic homicide, advanced homicide, and cold case lecture series or educational series. There's probably about a total of 5 of those trainings a year between the 3 of them, and I lecture in all 3 of them.
At this point, Your Honor, we're seeking to qualify Dr. Hammers as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Does the state desire any additional record?
No, Your Honor, I don't think this is necessary under Iowa law. She's qualified by her testimony, her opinions. There's no requirement that the court make that finding.
I agree. Certainly, I agree that this witness qualifies as an expert.
I'll proceed, Your Honor. Thank you. Are the opinions that you're going to offer in your testimony today, Dr. Hammers, opinions that you hold to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, they are.
And the opinions that you're going to testify about today, are those opinions you reached using techniques that are generally accepted in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 276. And just so the court's aware while that's being pulled up, Your Honor, I don't think for this exhibit, but for other exhibits that have been admitted today, we do intend to publish those to the gallery today.
Just let me know, I guess, counsel, if there's one that you would like
Thank
put
you,
up on the big screen.
Thank you. Do you see Exhibit 276 in front of you, Dr. Hammers?
I do.
And if you need to look through it to answer this question, please let us know. But is this a true and accurate copy of your CV and the report that you issued about your opinions in this case?
I only see the cover sheet of my CV.
If you'll look, we'll move through that for you.
Can you go just a little bit slower because it's all gray? That's okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Have you had a chance to look at Exhibit 276?
Yes, sorry, it came back to the CV again. So
All right.
yes, I see.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report in this case and your CV?
It does appear to be, yes.
All right. And Your Honor, at this point, we're seeking to admit into evidence Exhibit 276.
But, if I may, sorry.
Yep, any objection?
276 in the CV, we have no objection to that portion of it. The report that Dr. Hammers authored, which I think is dated March 10th of 2023, correct?
I believe so.
Is hearsay, since it was prepared in preparation for litigation, is not admissible. I believe there's also some affidavits that are attached to it that are likewise hearsay as well. So that's our objection.
The court will take those objections under advisement, and we'll move forward since this is a bench trial. You may continue.
And I have a binder for the witness of Exhibit 276 and two other reports that I think we've conferred about and may seek to offer into evidence, but not at this time. I just want the witness to have them available for her testimony. So we'll provide that notebook to her.
Okay, Mr. Brown, did you want to review whatever this is that the witness is going to have available to
So
her?
I was provided a copy of that before we came in, and I know we've already discussed this issue back in chambers. We are going to have an objection to the two other reports that are contained in that binder for the reasons we stated in chambers. And just for the record, this is in the two cases that we gave the court, or three, was In Re Stencil, 827 Northwest 2nd, 690, 2013 Iowa Supreme Court case, which also references two other cases, State versus Barrett, 445 Northwest 2nd, 749, an Iowa Supreme Court case from 1989, and Bruner versus Brown, 480 Northwest 2nd, 33, Iowa Supreme Court case from 1992. Our objection would be to those reports and the consideration of those by the witness, and as much as they're going to use them in this way, just to alert the court to this. The expert here is, as State versus Barrett says, does not empower one expert witness to state other experts also subscribe to the same conclusion. Essentially, what we believe this is going to be is vouching.
Okay, I get it now. It took me a minute. I guess the objection is he doesn't want there to be testimony where she maybe was potentially like peer reviewed, and those peer review doctors came to the same conclusion. I guess that's the objection here. I think that's what it is anyway.
It also is the same 5.703, which is the rule of evidence. I believe that they were going to be relying on is not intended to be a mechanism for experts to self-bolster their own opinions with the opinions of other experts. That's Bruner versus Brown, the case I just cited. So I realize,
Or that there are other experts that agreed with other opinions that she gave on other cases, or this case. I don't. It's a little confusing. Let's see what the judge does.
the court may take all of this information subject to that objection, but inasmuch as she relies on that, where it crosses this line that clearly Iowa's case law indicates that she cannot cross, we would ask the court to certainly consider our objection under those circumstances.
Ms. Thompson, did you wish to make any additional record on this point at this time?
I was going to say I'd like to reserve argument on this issue, Your Honor.
Okay, and that's fine. Obviously, I don't know how the testimony is going to come in yet. I understand that this may be an issue as it does, and certainly I'll allow both parties an opportunity to make any additional arguments that they wish. You may proceed at this point, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Also, one nice thing about bench trials is whether that it's in this scenario where it's a post-conviction relief bench trial, but we've also watched a criminal bench trial. One thing that I like about bench trials, just generally speaking, is that they are allowed to do speaking objections, and I actually like that because I like to know what the objection is, and I like to hear arguments on both sides.
Dr. Hammers, you mentioned earlier that you were retained by Mr. Mullis' counsel to review materials related to this case and offer your opinions. What specifically were you asked to do?
I was asked to review multiple pieces of information, review them, analyze them, and offer opinions concerning my review based off of my education, training, and experience.
All right, now, you did not conduct an autopsy of Ms. Mullis in this case, is that right?
That's correct, I did not.
All right, did the fact that you are not a person who conducted an autopsy in this case limit your ability to reach opinions about her death or about the pattern of her injuries?
It does not.
Why not?
I'm able to review Dr. Cruz's autopsy report, the photographs that she had taken, the toxicology report, the medical records, EMS records, and the photographs that Dr. Thompson had taken at the hospital, and analyze all of those just like I would if I was doing the autopsy and preparing to sign a death certificate, and be able to issue opinions based off of that.
Did your process in evaluating Ms. Mullis' death differ from the process you'd follow in cases where you did perform the autopsy?
My process did not, no.
In general terms, what sources of information did you rely on to evaluate Ms. Mullis' death?
So I had the autopsy report, photographs, toxicology report. I had medical records from Ms. Mullis's hospital visit on the 6th of November, as well as when she came to the hospital the day that she passed away. I had the investigative reports from the police documenting the events the day that she passed away. I had Dr. Thompson's information from the hospital, as well as his photographs. I additionally received a report that Dr. Wecht had issued and a report that Dr. Boley had issued regarding their review of the case as well.
Now, you mentioned that Ms. Mullis had gone to the hospital on November 6th. How close in time was that to her going to the hospital related to her injuries in this case?
So it was about 4 days.
What was your understanding of why she went to the hospital that day?
She had a medical procedure that was like a same-day procedure that she underwent on that day.
What was that procedure?
It was what's called a DNC, or dilatation and curettage. It's a procedure on the uterus that can assist if someone is having continued uterine bleeding.
Was Ms. Mullis having that problem?
Yes, that's why she presented.
Why did you want to review records related to that procedure in this case?
Well, especially with it being so close in time to her passing away, I noticed that there had been some reports that the day that she passed away that she had some complaints of feeling tired, maybe being kind of dizzy, and she had just kind of started back to working on the farm that day after the procedure because she hadn't been feeling well. And so it's best practice to have a person's medical information information in general, but certainly if they have a procedure or some kind of change in their medical history around the time that they die, it's good to know what procedure they had, any medications they were on, and anything that was documented at the hospital during that time.
I agree. That is all.
As part of your, the records that you reviewed in this case, did you review any records from the emergency medical services staff who provided assistance to Ms. Mullis on her way to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the Greeley Fire Department pre-hospital care report?
Yes.
Why did you look at the EMS records?
So my standard practice and everywhere that I've worked is that when I know that there are pre-hospital records from EMS or fire first responders, is to get information from those records, either to have an investigator gather that information and have it in our report prior to autopsy, or to gather just the records themselves and be able to review them to understand what medical procedures were done and what their observations were, because findings and observations can change over the course of time prior to autopsy. So it's nice to have those different steps to be able to analyze each person's view of what they saw and what they did along the way.
And you said that you also reviewed medical records from Ms. Mullis being brought to the hospital where she passed away?
Yes, I did.
And why did you review those records?
So to understand, was her condition the same when EMS saw her as when she came to the hospital? Did anything change? Did they do any kind of additional testing that would help understand why she's passing away? Did they make any observations that either weren't present at autopsy or were different than autopsy and different than what Dr. Thompson, his photographs and his report showed?
Reviewing these categories of records, prior medical care, EMS records, medical care from the day that she passed, is review of those kinds of records part of the general practices of forensic pathologists reaching cause and manner of death determinations?
Yes. So in my training, in every place I've worked, and in all of my understanding of forensic pathology practice, that is part of the process and is the beginning part of the process even prior to autopsy.
And it is the general practice of forensic pathologists to review those records before reaching opinions about cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Did you review any records or photographs from the Delaware County Sheriff's Office in this case?
Yes, I did.
What did you review?
There were some, I think, two specific accounts of deputies. I think they're deputies. I'm sorry if I'm misstating that, but who had been the responders at the scene and had gone back to the farm and looked in the shed and taken some photographs.
I just want to further reiterate, I think that looking at all of the available information is very important. I still wonder, though, if Todd Mullis had called 911 and waited there and did not try to move Amy out of that shed, I wonder if law enforcement and the original forensic pathologist that performed Amy Mullis's autopsy, if they would have reached the same conclusions. I'm very curious about that. Now, also, I will say that I wonder, had that been the case and EMS arrived and Amy Mullis was in the barn, what would they have done? Because it's my understanding that the reason that Todd Mullis removed the corn rake from her back is because he could not get her out of the doors with it in her back. But I'm wondering if he had waited there for EMS to arrive, if the reason he couldn't get her out the door is because he was a single person trying to carry her, and if there were more hands, if that would have been able to be done to get her out of that shed without taking out the corn rake. Because I have learned over the years that sometimes when a person is impaled with something, removing the instrument that has impaled them actually is not suggested until they're someplace where they can be, where there's medical intervention available. So I'm curious about that. Of course, we'll never know because that's not what happened. But I do wonder about that.
Did you rely only on those materials to gain an understanding of the shed or issues related to the Mullis farm?
No, not just those.
What else did you do?
So I went and visited the farm and the shed to see the space for myself.
Is that a common practice for forensic pathologists?
I would say that it's not common for a forensic pathologist to go to every scene, but certainly we can choose to go to any scene that we would like to. And in cases where there's a question of in my experience, it tends to be a question of determining the manner of death that I've gone to scenes, but it could be the cause of death as well. And if you just don't have sort of what you need from the photos or the investigative report, or you need to kind of see, could this happen in the way that it's being posed to me or the way that I think it may have happened from the autopsy, it can be helpful to go to the scene.
Okay. Also, I have to say, 111 billion% agree right here. This is an unusual manner, not manner, because it's an unusual cause of death, right? I would imagine that living in a farming community, there's all types of farming accidents that occur and that are seen. And I personally think one of the reasons why this captured people's attention in the way that it did is because of the corn rake itself. It is not a typical instrument that causes people's deaths, whether it's homicide or an accident, right? And so I think that, and I've seen, because the pictures were presented at the original trial. And again, just for you guys, if you want to go back, I put the playlist, the link to the original trial playlist in each description of the of this hearing, and I also created a playlist of just these hearings. So if you ever want to go back and review something, it's there for you. But I do think that because this is an atypical case, number one, and number two, I did look at those photographs of the red shed where this is said to have occurred. And it's not that the photographs aren't good photographs. They're good photographs. You can see what's being shown. It's just that I don't think that they do it justice. Like, I think that I feel like if I were there in person to be able to see exactly how big or how small things are, I think it would give people a better handle on potentially what happened or maybe what didn't happen. And so I'm curious about that, and I do think that her going to the scene is important. Yeah. Where's Clicker? So Clicker says, even if he stayed there and called, they would have had him start performing chest compressions and he still would have had to remove the rake. I kind of agree with Neat Noodle here, where Neat Noodle says, good point at Clicker AK. They probably would have just told him to leave it, though, because you're never supposed to remove an impaled object. See, I agree there as well. And I do think that they would have said, just leave it there. Because, yeah, I do think they would have said that. And I don't think they would have told him to perform chest compressions. So.
Is gaining an understanding of the scene, whether through records review or a forensic pathologist's own investigation, is that a generally accepted practice in the field of forensic pathology?
It is. Typically, the only time that there isn't a scene investigation is if somebody dies at the hospital, but that would tend to be like if they're dying under natural causes. If there are unnatural causes, then certainly going back to the scene, depending on the circumstances, would be something that would be quite common for the investigators at the office, at least, to go and do.
Now, you referenced, as part of your evaluation in this case, reaching determinations about the cause and manner of Ms. Mullis's death.
Yes.
Is that a determination you've made in this case?
Yes.
Before we get to what your determinations are, what process did you follow to reach your opinions in this case?
So I would say that in this case and every case, I follow sort of a standard like scientific method to the process that I undergo in order to evaluate a death.
What is that process generally?
So basically, it is gathering the beginning information that we've talked about, like the circumstances of death, the first responders, some medical information prior to the autopsy, at the autopsy, performing the external exam or looking at the outside of the body, and collecting any evidence or pictures, things like that we need. And from there, formulating some ideas or hypothesis about what the cause and manner of death likely is, and then taking those into the autopsy, performing the autopsy, collecting additional samples like for toxicology or to look under the microscope at different tissues and kind of testing those hypotheses of what we believe may be the likely cause and manner of death, and then waiting for the additional testing to come back like the toxicology report, and then reevaluating those hypotheses of the cause and manner of death, and then ultimately, if we need more information at that point, going back and asking for it in order to make sure that we have everything we need to issue the cause and manner of death, and that there isn't anything outstanding that could be an important factor to that. And so when we get to that point, that's when we're going to issue the cause and manner of death and issue the death certificate.
All right.
So Clicker says she would have died there and then because she was already unresponsive. Without giving any spoilers, Clicker, are they going to play that 911 call? And the reason I ask that is because it's been a while since I've heard the 911 call in its entirety. And I need to know what, like, Todd said. You don't have to tell me what he said or anything like that, just if they're going to play this 911 call. And the reason I ask that is because unresponsive means different things to different people. And so it means something very specific in terms of the medical field. Okay. But if you are a dispatcher and you're asking the caller, usually they say, is the person breathing? Are they awake? Are they conscious? Those types of questions. And I feel like I need to hear that 911 call again. Okay, perfect. Thanks, babe. I appreciate you. Clicker, for those of you who may not be watching or watching the chat and they're just like listening on your TV or whatever, Clicker said yes. Okay, so perfect. All right, let's keep going.
All right, and Dr. Hammers, you described at the point where you conducted the external exam in an autopsy, that being the point where you develop your hypotheses. In your practice of developing cause and manner of death determinations, are there cases where after the external examination of the body at autopsy, you make a determination of your opinions about cause and manner of death?
So after my external exam, I often have depending on the case, I can have a pretty good idea of what is happening, depending on what injuries I see on the body or what I don't see. But I always need the internal examination to be able to definitively examine those tissues inside and understand. So a good example would be, I might see a gunshot wound that's in the chest. I can tell that it went in and it went out, but I won't know how much bleeding is inside the chest. I won't know what organs necessarily that it struck without doing the internal exam. So knowing basic anatomy, I could come up with some presumptions of what likely happened, but I wouldn't know until I actually did the autopsy. And the autopsy is typically what allows you to better understand the mechanism of somebody's death or the physiologic changes that are happening to them.
Good morning,
All
Nick
right, so,
Kadika. Good to see you, babe.
As part of your review of this case, did you have materials in front of you that would let you conduct an external review of Ms. Mullis's injuries?
Yes.
And just before we start to talk about this, do people in your field sometimes use the word defect in talking about injuries?
Yes.
What does defect mean in that context?
Defect is tends to be used as like an injury or a hole that you can see in either the skin or an organ, and typically it's used when you're not really sure what it's from. So you may say this is a defect, and then ultimately you come to a more specific conclusion that it's a gunshot wound defect or a stab wound defect, and you may call it then an injury. So defect tends to be a general term when we're not sure, or we're not yet sure more specifically what caused it.
Good morning, Allie. Good to see you, babe.
All right, in your review of Ms. Mullis's body in this case, did you determine that areas of her body had injuries?
Yes.
Where were her injuries?
So she had puncture types of injuries on her back and extending over to her back right side, and then she had blunt type of injuries on different parts of her body.
And we're going to talk about both of those injuries, or both of those types of injuries, but just in general, thinking about, in your evaluation of both the injuries to her back and the injuries to other areas of her body, did you consider both of those categories of injuries in reaching your opinion?
I did.
Was there one category that was more significant than another?
Yes.
And which was more significant?
So the puncture defects that were on her back and extending to her right side were ultimately the significant injuries that she had.
Your Honor, at this point, I want to show the witness and publish to the gallery Exhibit 573, which has been admitted into evidence. And this is a version of that exhibit which has been cropped somewhat for privacy reasons, which I think the state saw yesterday.
Kelly, do you see the...
Nick Kadicka says, I'm so happy to be here. More happy to have you. I'll be cleaning my carpets today. It's my therapy inside. Outside is gardening. When I am stressed or I need to think, or, just I do clean as well. And I'm excited. I have promised my little granddaughter that when it is warm outside and stays warm outside, that we will be going to the Home Depot and getting stuff to plant flowers and shamrocks, because she loves to do that. And I love to do that. And so that's what we'll be doing. So I love all that stuff. So that's awesome. All right, here we go.
The remotes for the big TVs anywhere?
Also, just as a side note, I'm not 100% sure whether or not they show these pictures. So they are cropped, but just a warning.
Do you have the exhibit in front of you, Dr. Hammers?
I do.
What are we looking at here in Exhibit 573?
So this is a photograph of Miss Mullis's back, particularly looking at it from the right side. In the upper right, you can see the back of her, where her arm meets her shoulder, so like the back of the armpit area. And there are 6 puncture defects that are on her right backside, extending across her back. And amongst some of those, there's one abrasion or scraping type of injury to the skin.
Are you familiar with a term, wound pattern analysis?
Yes.
What is that?
That's essentially when you look at each individual wound and look at any specific features like the size, the shape, the orientation, and the features around the wound. And then when you take all of the wounds that you have and look at them for any kind of patterns that they might have, or similarities or differences that they might have, to try to group some or all of the injuries together to understand how someone may have sustained those injuries.
Okay, so for those of you guys who may not be in chat or watching the chat and are just like watching on TV or whatever, which sometimes you can enable live chat if you want to, if you didn't know that. But if you're just listening, you're not looking anyways. So they are going to show them. So if that's something you do want to see, maybe I'll say something audibly so you guys can hear it, and then you can come over to the TV and look or whatever. All right, here we go.
Did you do that type of analysis on the injuries that on Ms. Mullis's body?
Yes, I did.
And first of all, in general terms, how would you describe?
Hang on, I got to say one more good morning. Hello, Shomita. Good morning, babe. Kiss that baby for me.
Describe the injuries that we're seeing in Exhibit 573.
So all of the injuries but that small scrape to the skin are all puncture types of defects or penetrating defects, meaning that the injury is going deeper into the body than it is large on the surface of the skin.
Can you give me an example of something that would be a penetrating defect?
Yeah, so common things that we see that are penetrating defects would be things like gunshot wounds and stab wounds.
All right. Those aren't the only types of penetrating defects, I take it?
No, there's multiple other types of objects that can cause penetrating defects, but those are the most common that we see.
All right. In this case, you've reviewed Dr. Cruz's reports, and you reviewed prior testimony from Dr. Cruz as well. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
In Dr. Cruz's analysis, or Dr. Cruz's testimony about this case, did she assign letters to various of these wounds?
Yes, she did.
All right. And have you adopted those letters in your analysis?
Yes.
Which letters have been assigned to which of these wounds in this case?
So she labeled them letters A through F. 6 wounds lettered A through F, and she started on the right side, which is the right side of this picture, with A, and then moving across the body B and C, and then D she labeled as the lowest wound, and then E and F traveling upward.
To make sure that I understand, wound A is on the right side of the picture under her armpit, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you see a wound that is up from the ruler, but sort of at the end of the ruler?
Yes.
What is that B?
That is B, correct.
All right, then in the middle of the photograph, I get, well, more on the left side of the photograph, but in line with B, do you see 3 injuries and a line?
Yes.
Okay, so the injury that has the line, that's what you described as an abrasion, is that right?
That's correct.
The injury that is below that abrasion, which number, or which letter is that?
That was wound D.
It's all coming back to me now. I remember from the original trial, this is why I was very confused. Okay, so when an autopsy is performed, typically the way that they label injuries or defects is they start at the top of the head. That's the orientation where they start. So they go from the top of the head, right, down to the toes. So the way that the injuries were labeled, which was A, B, C, D, E, and F. Yes, because there were 6. Okay. That does not, this is where we were having the issue. And this is why it was confusing to me, because they're labeled by their position, not necessarily the order in which they occurred. And that was part of the issue. We could not figure out from those photographs which injuries were the 4 times going in at once, 2 of them coming out, and 2 of them going, and those same 2 going back in. We couldn't quite figure out the angle. I'm remembering now. I remember now. That's why it was so confusing. And I really hope that during this hearing, they clear that up, because, and should he get a new trial, I hope that when the new trial takes place, of course I will cover it, but I really hope that during a new trial, they really, really make it abundantly clear, because it was not clear at all. It was as clear as mud in the original trial.
All right, and then above wound D, there are 2 injuries right there?
Yes.
And which is on the right?
C is on the right, and E is on the left.
All right, and then there's another injury that's more to the top left-hand corner of the photo?
Yes.
What's that?
That Dr. Cruz labeled as F.
Right. Are any of these wounds, A through F, different from other wounds in the pattern?
They all are penetrating injuries, but some of them are just looking at them without adjusting them or moving the skin or examining them further. Some of them are larger than other ones, and some of them are a little bit smaller.
Which are larger?
Wounds A and B are the largest, with wound A being the larger of the 2, and then wounds E and F are slightly larger than C and D.
And when you're talking about being larger or smaller in this context, are you talking about depth or circumference, or what are you referencing?
So just looking at the skin here, the differences that you can see are going to be in the somewhat the size and shape of the actual like defect in the skin or the hole in the skin, and then the skin around that defect that has some changes where you can see discoloration, which is abrasion and contusion or scraping and bleeding.
Looking at in general with these wounds, did any of them have exit wounds on Miss Mullis's body that were associated with them?
So wound A had an injury on the front right breast that was in line with all of the injury path that was ultimately described on the internal examination and was the endpoint of that injury path.
Also, I neglected to say, "Hey, Queen of Hearts, good to see you, babe. Glad you made it." See, she's very this is the kind of testimony that I like. I need if we're not gonna be able to see the picture, ideally, I would like to hear what she's saying while looking at the picture. That would be ideal for me. Um, Let me see if I can find those pictures, and perhaps we can do that. Um But I need to be able to see the picture and hear her descriptions because obviously there are going to be pictures that are more in depth uh, that we would not be allowed to see as the public, like streaming the trial or watching the trial on a stream. Obviously, in person we would be, but I need both. I am, I think, both a visual and an auditory learner. I need to see and hear.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony that it's important to that part of your analysis is to look at medical records or records of treatment from different periods of time to gain an understanding of treatment over time. In that context, can the appearance of injuries on someone's body change over time?
Yes, they can.
And can you explain why that's the case?
Sure. So anytime the skin is broken or damaged, it makes the skin go from dry to having moisture. And anytime there's moisture on the skin or on an injury, that area is subject to drying. And that can change the color, the extent, and some of the features of the wounds.
I think we've identified which of these wounds have which letter. And I think it's your testimony that these wounds had different depths, is that right?
I did not testify to that, but they did have different depths, yes.
And sorry, I want to go through and talk about the depths of these wounds, so let's start there. So for wound A, the wound on the right, how deep was that wound?
Off the top of my head, my recollection was that was about 6.5 inches deep.
And what about wound B, the next wound over?
That one was not quite as deep. I believe it was about 6 inches. And I don't know if you want me to look at the autopsy report or not, just to make sure that I'm giving you the accurate measurements.
Let me ask you this. Did you review records from Dr. Cruz where she noted measurements of the depths of these wounds at the autopsy?
Yes, in her notes and at the autopsy, she had these documented, the size, the features surrounding the wounds, the depths of the wounds, and the measurements between the wounds and the orientation of them.
And before we talk a little more about depth, let me ask you this.
Before we even get there, I need to say this. I want I want her to be able to look at her report to refresh her recollection because I want these to be accurate. And also, I need to know the total length of the tines on the corn rake because what I'm confused about is the order that these actually that these actually occurred in, and B, I need to understand why some of the, if I remember correctly, it seems like there was a line of injuries that looked like they all occurred at the same time, meaning all 4 tines going in at once. But what I need to understand about that is how is it that a corn rake, who I would assume all of the tines measure the same amount, right? The same length, how some tines can go in at a certain depth while a deeper depth while the other tines are going in at a why the depth isn't all the way, this isn't the same across all 4 injuries. That's what I need to understand.
Just looking at the external appearance of these wounds, the way that you see them in Exhibit 573, for you as a forensic pathologist, can you draw any conclusions about a situation where you have a pattern of wounds where some of them have different appearance than the others?
Yes, I mean, I can come up with possibilities.
And what are some possibilities for why that might be the case?
So it could be that there is movement of an object while it's in the body, which can extend the size and change some of the features around of the surrounding skin. And it can be that there are more shallow or deeper depths of penetration with an object, which can change the appearance slightly. So if you presume that it's the same object causing all of the injuries, you could explain differences in them based off of movement and the depth of the penetration.
All right, and you mentioned that you think that the concept of movement is relevant to considering the pattern of injuries. Is that right?
Yes.
How does it impact your analysis of injuries to think about the body as something that moves?
So it can change. It can change 2 things. So if an object, thinking about an object penetrating the body and being in the body while there's movement, that can change the size and features of the wound itself. But then looking at the body as a whole and knowing that particularly this part of the body, the torso or the chest, back, and abdomen, is highly movable, it allows me to know that there can be a movement of the location of the body either closer together or further apart based off of the position that the person's body is in at the time that they're sustaining the injuries.
You mentioned earlier that having access to the measurements of the depths would aid in your testimony. And let me ask you first, in addition to looking at measurements from Dr. Cruz of the depths of these wounds, did you have access to measurements that Dr. Cruz took of the distance between the wounds?
Yes, she had those in her notes, and she had, I think, all but one of them from her notes were in her autopsy report as well.
And was that information you took into account in your analysis?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Because understanding that information aids in understanding and coming to conclusions about how this set of injuries might have been sustained.
Would looking at a demonstrative of the photographs of Ms. Mullis's wounds with some of those distances noted on it, would that aid in your testimony?
Yes.
All right, at this point, Your Honor, I'm going to show the witness a demonstrative, which we provided to the state to aid in the witness's testimony.
And as I understand it, that's been reviewed and there's no objection. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct, Judge. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Are you able to see the demonstrative in front of you, Dr. Hammers?
Yes, I am.
And what is the demonstrative that you're looking at show?
So this shows the injuries that we just saw in the previous picture, similar orientation and view, but has added colored lines and measurements between the wounds, kind of in a order from A to B, B to C, C to D, etc. And it shows the measurements that Dr. Cruz made and documented of the distances between those wounds that are the actual numbers in inches.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to show the witness a slightly different demonstrative, which I believe the state has also seen. Dr. Hammers, what does the demonstrative in front of you show?
So this is an image that shows wounds B through F, as well as that small abrasion. You're not able to see wound A on this picture because it's a little more toward the right side, but this is a more straight-on picture of Ms. Mullis's back, showing 5 of the 6 injuries. showing those lines again between the injuries with the measurements that Dr. Cruz took. But this time it also, next to the large black letter that is the wound that Dr. Cruz designated and that we've kept for this discussion, it shows the size of the wound as she measured it in parenthesis, and then the depth of the wound, meaning how far or long into the body that she measured the path of the injury going.
And so does looking at this diagram help you tell us, help you review for us what the depths of these various wounds were?
Yes.
Can you, I understand we can't see wound A on here, and we'll get to that in a minute, but can you tell us what the relative depths of wounds B through F were on Ms. Mullis's back?
Sure. So wound B went 6.5 inches deep. Wound C went 3 3/4 of an inch deep. Wound D went 2 inches deep. And wound E was 6 1/2 inches deep, and wound F was 3 3/4 of an inch deep.
So B and E are the deepest wounds?
Of these 5, yes, those are the 2 deepest wounds.
Right, and which is the shallowest wound?
Wound D at 2 inches was the most shallow.
As an aside, I mean, looking at the measurements here between the wounds, for instance, did Dr. Cruz mention that the distance between wound B and wound C was 3 inches?
Yes, she did.
Does that mean that if wounds B and C were sustained at the same time, that they were 3 inches apart at the time an injury was sustained?
They may have been, but not necessarily based off of the position of Ms. Mullis's body.
And can you explain why the position would impact that?
Sure. So with the torso and specifically the back, a person is able to either hyperflex or hyperextend. So in hyperflexion, they would be kind of like pulled forward with their shoulders forward, maybe bent forward, and hyperextended, they would be back, like with their shoulders back, their back arched, maybe their neck back, or even twisted, bent to the side or rotated to the side. And so those positions are going to change the distance, the actual distance at the time of the injury between those 2 injuries. So it could be that the injuries were sustained with the body at 3 inches apart, or it could have been closer or further away.
Does the fact that someone's back, as you've described, can move and twist, does that mean that it's not possible to draw conclusions about the pattern of the wound, given that those distances might change?
No, you can still make some hypothesis or draw similarities from the wounds, both from all of the measurements that we've talked about so far.
Thank you, MK, for your armchair input. Back to work. Okay, well, I'll see you at your next break, hopefully. Have a great rest of your day at work. If anybody gives you any trouble at work, give me their names. I bet you they won't trouble you again. Okay, so to answer, hold on a second. I want to talk about what we were talking about in the chat between Nick Kadicka and Neat Noodle. So what had happened was, initially, when the day started, Todd, Tristan, and Amy were all in the hog barn doing various things. Amy was cleaning the light fixtures, essentially. They had gotten a bunch of new little pigs, and there had been a lot of flies, and so she was cleaning the fly feces off of the light fixtures and the light bulbs. Okay. So simultaneously, they had a cat who had kittens, who had the mother had died, and the cats continued to get out. The kittens continued to get out, and they saw this, and so they were worried for the babies, the kittens' safety. So it was suggested that Amy go get the crate, the pet carrier, out of the red shed. That is what she was doing when whatever happened. That's how we know. No, Nick Kadicka, to answer your question in chat, it was she had that procedure done because she was bleeding very heavily during her menstruation. And so that is one of the that is a procedure that can be done to stop that from happening.
All right, I'm going to show you an additional diagram. I'm going to show you an additional diagram that adds in wound A to these measurements. Would that aid in your testimony?
Yes.
All right. Is what you're looking at in this demonstrative the picture we've been looking at with measurements of wounds B through F, with some measurements between wound A and B added?
Yes.
And where wound A on the left side would be under Ms. Mullis's armpit in an area that's between her side and her armpit, correct?
Correct.
And that's what's depicted on the other photo?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what the depth of wound A was?
So the depth of wound A was 6 inches.
All right. And what was the relative distance between wound A and wound B?
It was 4.5 inches.
And I want to make sure that what I said was clear. I think I may have said that wound A was on the left side. Would wound A have been to the right of wound B on this picture we're looking at on the left side of the left of the two photographs?
Yes, in the left of the two photographs, the wound A would have been toward the right, kind of between the side of the body and the arm.
As part of your, as a forensic pathologist, as part of your evaluation of injuries, are you trying to think through the position that a body might have been at the time that a certain pattern of injuries occurred?
Yes, so part of my analysis, if I have no indication of what may have caused these injuries, would be to think of them individually or as a group or groups, to try to come up with an idea of what type of object or instrument could have caused this. And then if an instrument is posed to me as either known to or likely to have caused those injuries, I would then analyze the injuries with that object in mind, trying to understand if it's possible to have this injury, set of injuries caused by that object.
All right.
Just one more brief pause for fair use commentary. Just prior to this test, what she just said, the camera was on Todd Mullis. Should you receive a new trial, Mr. Mullis, I would suggest that you try to keep more of a game face, as it were, because it appears that you're side-eyeing your counsel, and I know that you're really just listening, but that's not going to come across well to a jury. That is all.
In this case, the materials you've been provided indicate that there was an object called a corn rake that was involved in these injuries?
Yes.
Did you, as part of your analysis, have an opportunity to examine the corn rake at issue in this case?
I saw photographs of the corn rake.
In your mind, based on everything that you reviewed, is there any question that wounds A through F were caused by Ms. Mullis's body coming in contact with that corn rake in some way?
From looking at the injuries and from all of the information that I reviewed, the injuries are consistent with that, and I did not see anything where that was debated that was the object that caused these injuries.
Thinking about the corn rake that we're talking about, do you know what the distance between the tines of that corn rake are?
So the distance between the tines is just shy of 3 inches, so it's almost 3 inches.
How do you have that number?
From a photograph.
Given, so in your analysis, understanding that the object at issue here is this corn rake and that you have these injuries on Ms. Mullis's back, in your opinion, is there a pattern to the injuries on Ms. Mullis's back that we're looking at?
There is, yes.
And what is your opinion about what that pattern is?
My opinion is that there's 3 injuries that you can cluster together that have similar features, which is A, B, and C. There's 2 injuries that have similar features, E and F, that you can cluster together, and then there is wound D, which is kind of on its own and a little bit separate in its orientation and features.
How are you able to determine that A, B, and C are sort of one set of connected injuries?
So looking at the spacing between them, so the wounds B and C has a 3-inch length between them, and wounds A and B is 4.5 inches. That 4.5 inches is over a curved part of the body, however. So in reality, a more narrow object could make both of those injuries at the same time if it's penetrating the body, particularly at an angle. And they also have a similar orientation of the wounds themselves if you face them on like the face of a clock. So they're all going in, all three of them are in the same orientation that way.
And so when you say they're in the same orientation, explain to me what you mean by that.
So when we describe injuries, we can describe them using the face of a clock. So if something is straight up and down, so in orientation with the head and the feet would be straight up and down, that's vertical. You could describe that as vertical, or you could describe it as 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock. If something is across the body from left to right, like straight across, you could describe that as transverse or horizontal, but putting it on the face of the clock, you could use 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock. And then anything else would be oblique, and you could place it on the face of a clock using, 2 o'clock and 7 o'clock, for example. And so looking at these three injuries, they had a similar oblique orientation on the face of a clock that Dr. Cruz documented in her autopsy report.
Is your opinion about the orientation of Ms. Mullis's wounds different from Dr. Cruz's opinion about the orientation of any of these 6 wounds, A through F?
No, it is not.
You also said that E and F are wounds that you would group together, is that right?
Yes.
And why is that your opinion?
So they're 3 3/4 of an inch apart, which is, again, pretty similar to what A and B and C are, but they have a different orientation. When you put it on the face of the clock, they're both the same, E and F, but they're different from A, B, and C, and they're different than D.
What is their orientation?
These were at, my recollection is 5 o'clock and 11 o'clock is how they were described.
All right, and you said that D is in a different group?
Yeah, so D had an orientation that was just one basically number off of A, B, and C. So it was just slightly differently oriented than A, B, and C.
I want to take you back to Exhibit 573. Sorry, tell me your second. All right, we're showing you Exhibit 573 again. Now, Exhibit 573, is that the same image that appears on the left 2 of the photos that you were looking at a moment ago that is marked?
The ones that we just looked at that was a straight on of the back. This is from an angle.
All right, and let me go back and show you the last photo, the second to last photo that we looked at.
Okay.
While we're doing that, let me actually ask you, well, let me show you this exhibit first. I want to ask you a different question, and we'll come back to this.
It's this right here that I object to. Let me move this down a little bit. This is not the face that you want the jury to see. You need to be less expressive, okay? Please help your client should he get a new trial.
You mentioned that wounds A and B looked different than the other wounds on the back. Can you explain why those, or how those wounds had a different appearance?
Sure. So wound A, even more so than wound B, had a much larger overall size. And around the wounds, so the skin around wounds A and B had additional abrasion and contusion of the surrounding skin. So in addition to the wound being larger, there was also injury to the skin around the wounds that was different than the rest of the injuries.
All right, I'm going to show you.
I just want to take another quick moment to Call Me Sadie says, this doctor is from Beaver County, Pennsylvania, which has a lot of farmland. She would be very familiar with farm tools. Thank you. Call Me Sadie is the Ward Case Studies factodian. She's in charge of, in charge of numbers because math is difficult for Bindi Lou, although algebra is not, but some math is. So she's in charge of that, and she's our little factotum. She comes in with where these people are from. We appreciate her very, very much. Also, Nitka says, how do the emails go? Dear Todd, I've never done anything like this before, but something told me to reach out. That sounds good, but I would just like to remind you that at certain prisons in certain states, some of those emails are subject to being requested by the public and can come out on various social media platforms, including the YouTubes. So I would just keep that in mind when you are making when you are writing those emails, because ow. Here we go.
Exhibit 561. What does Exhibit 561 depict?
So this is wound A on the right side of the body. This shows the medical therapy at the top, which is the chest tube that was inserted at the hospital. And then,
Just to interrupt you, the chest tube is not wound A.
correct, that's the medical therapy. And then below that is wound A. So there's a hole in the skin, and then there's a sort of pink to red to kind of dark, maybe purplish color around the skin around that wound A, and that is the abrasion and contusion of the skin around that wound.
So is the appearance of wound A different from the appearances of wounds C through F?
Yes.
I'm quite interested in this abrasion and contusion around wound A, because typically we think of an abrasion as like a scrape, and if you are falling, you typically there's depending on obviously what you fall on, but usually because there's movement, when you fall, right, and you hit like say the ground, all right, but the ground being like the road, like if you're riding your bike and you fall off your bike and you hit the road, just because you've hit something like the road that is not moving, this is physical science, we all learned this, you're still moving. The body itself is still a little bit in motion before it comes to a complete stop, and that's what gives the abrasion. So I would be interested to know what, if anything, I know the rake was hanging, I think, on a wall. I'm kind of curious what the wall is made from. Is it wood in that shed? Did she get that abrasion because when she was falling, she hit where the rake was hanging on the wall and it scraped her because it was wood? I'm curious about that.
And
here's what I found.
what specifically about the appearance of wound A in this picture was different than wounds C through F?
So rather than just having a little bit of injury around the actual wound in the skin, there was this enlarged area of abrasion and contusion around the wound. So that discoloration of the skin is different than the other wounds.
All right, I want to go back and show you one more time Exhibit 573.
I'd also like to take this moment to pause and address this situation that we just heard, respective, I think it was to her Apple Watch. You see how SIRI, I'm not going to say it because if I do and anybody's watching on an Apple product, she'll start speaking. This has happened to me more than once since I've become an Apple user. SIRI sometimes butts in and answers a question that ain't nobody asked her.
You see wound B in this picture?
Yes.
How was the appearance of wound B different from wound C through F?
So wound B also has that injury of the skin that's abrasion and contusion, and this time it's above the injury, so more toward the top of the picture, and it has, from here, has kind of like a pinkish to purple coloration, and the wound itself is actually at the bottom of that, and then that discoloration and injury of the skin is above.
Did you take into account the characteristics of the corn rake in this case and thinking through how to group these injuries?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
So thinking about the spacing of the tines of the corn rake being just about 3 inches, and trying to look at on the body the knowing that the body can move some or even extensively, and then looking at the features of the tines. The ends of the tines are kind of flattened, and they then sort of expand to a more rounded part of the tine. And so when I looked at the injuries and looked at Dr. Cruz's measurements, she measured all of them ultimately when she kind of reapproximated the edges of the injuries at 1/16 of an inch, which is consistent with the tines on the rake penetrating the skin, and allowed for that orientation of those tines, since they're flattened, into the body.
All right, and I want to understand what you just said. When you talk about reapproximating the edges of the injury, explain to me what that process entails.
Sure. So when a body is injured, there are invisible lines that are elastic forces in the skin that everybody has. And so when the skin is damaged, those elastic lines can pull on the wound, and they can cause them to what we call gape, or to kind of be kind of open. So if we take our hands and we remove some of that tension, we can actually make a much more accurate measurement of the wound. And so that's what Dr. Cruz did. So she reapproximated, or took the edges of the wound and kind of pushed them back together to see where there was a piece of tissue that was actually lost from the puncture of that tine. And so when she did that, each of the wounds were 1/16 of an inch. That was the size of all 6 of them. Being able to push that back together, you got that approximation. So those were all the same, which made it consistent with one object also. But when you push that back together, that also allows, so you basically have this 1/16 of an inch, and then it was angled, right, or obliquely oriented like we described before. And so looking at the size and the fact that you can tell an orientation as opposed to it being just like a circle, basically, you can then look at the ends of those tines, which are flattened, and see that flattened end of the tine is consistent with what we're seeing on the body when you reapproximate the wounds.
All right, Dr. Hammers, I'm not a doctor, but is it your testimony that the holes in Ms. Mullis's back are not round?
When you reapproximate them, they're not round.
All right, and is the end of the corn rake round?
No, they're flattened to, I don't want to say it's rectangular, but they're flattened to that type of shape.
And does the fact that the wounds have an oblique shape, as you've described, and the corn rake has an oblique shape, does that allow you to determine, as you've described, the orientation of the wound and the orientation of the rake at the time that the rake made any of these wounds?
Yes, so because all 4 of the tines are flattened, if you have 3 wounds that have a similar orientation, and that would indicate that 3 tines are going in likely at the same time in that similar orientation.
All right, and with all of those factors in mind, and those factors in your analysis that you testified about, do you have an opinion on which, if any, of wounds A through F were caused at the same time?
So looking at just the body, from the pattern of the injuries and the individual features of each injury, it appears that wounds A, B, and C occurred at a similar time, wounds E and F at a similar time, and wound D at a somewhat different time.
And are you basing that opinion just on their orientation?
So it's the orientation and the features of the wounds.
In thinking through that,
I have to pause for fair use commentary. I have questions. How does an object with 4 tines make only 3 injuries at the same time? That's my question.
well, let me ask you this first. Do you have an opinion on the order of wounds A through F being caused?
Well, my opinion is that wounds A and B, given the features around them, is that those likely occurred in the first set of injuries and then remained in the body while other injuries occurred, given the fact that they're distorted and they have injury of the skin beyond what the other injuries have.
I want to go back to Exhibit 561 briefly.
I want to go back to that answer just a second.
And then is that those
wounds A through F being caused?
Well, my opinion is that wounds A and B, given the features around them, is that those likely occurred in the first set of injuries and then remained in the body while other injuries occurred, given the fact that they're distorted and they have injury of the skin beyond what the other injuries have.
I want to go back to Exhibit 561 briefly. Looking at Exhibit 561.
Okay, hold on.
And wound A.
Hold on, counselor. I don't want to be rude. Okay, so I think what we're talking, I think I'm getting it now. The wound A, B, and C likely occurred, according to this testimony, at the same time. And it is due to the movement of the body, the angle in which the corn rake went in that caused it to be 3 of the tines going in and not the 4th. Am I understanding that correctly? Paul? Clicker? Hello?
That's depicted in 561. What about this wound leads you to conclude that a tine went into wound A and remains there?
So if you take a long, blunt object and it penetrates into the skin and then there's movement, it's going to cause bruising and abrasion of that surrounding skin. So if it goes straight in and straight out, we would, without any movement, we would not expect there to be this larger area of injury of the skin. So the fact that the wound is larger and has this area on the surface of the skin is very consistent with movement, and then ultimately putting that into the context of what was seen on the internal examination, that's also very supportive of that as well. So I'm talking right now about the skin itself, but my conclusions are made using the internal exam as well.
And we'll get to the internal exam in a moment, but just looking, thinking about your evaluation of wound A, how do you know, for instance, for wound A, that the features of the wound that you're describing, which you attribute to a tine being in wound A and being moved around, how do you know that those features aren't caused by a tine of the corn rake coming all the way out of wound A and then going back into wound A?
So first of all, the statistical probability of a tine coming out and going back into the same spot is very low. Second of all, I would expect that the features of the wound would not have that pattern when you reapproximate them, that it would be 1/16 of an inch, just like the rest of the injuries, that it would be more extended beyond that or more irregular. So the fact that we can reapproximate to that 1/16 of an inch is highly indicative of one penetrating injury.
And what is that issue in terms of reapproximating the size of the wound? What is your determination about the size of wound B in that respect?
Wound B, also when you approximate it, is 1/16 of an inch, just like the rest of them. So all of the wounds are consistent with the tine penetrating the body one time, and then A and B are consistent with movement of the tines while they're in the body from that one penetrating defect.
All right.
Ms. Tompkins, would this be a good place for a morning break?
I think it would, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Doctor, you step down.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and take 15 minutes.
While they take 15 minutes, we shan't be taking 15 minutes, but okay. Thank you, Paul. Paul says, yes, you are correct. Because it was at an angle, the 4th tine didn't enter. A is deepest, B is next deepest, C is fairly shallow, and D occurred at some other time. Thank you so much. Okay. The fact that I have to say this because the forensic pathologist that we listened to yesterday also testified at the original trial. And I'm going to put it like this. Witnesses are limited on how they respond to an answer or how they respond to the question by the question that is asked. Okay. So if it's not a good question asked, then it's going to be a limited response. And what I can say about that is this. I never understood the injuries or what they meant. It was very unclear to me at the time of the original trial. And what I can appreciate about this hearing and this specific witness is she's giving answers in a way that makes sense, but a lot of that is also due in part to the defense attorney asking the questions, and that's important. All right, we're going to skip ahead because we don't need a 15-minute break. We're tough. All right, here we go.
Back on the record, we have Dr. Hammers. Sure. Oh, there she is.
So Paul says,
Go ahead and be seated, doctor.
you can sort of say she pretty much fell on her side. Keeping that in mind, Paul, what I'd like to ask you next is, does that seem indicative of Amy trying to reach that pet carrier and not being able to and losing her balance? Do you think that she at all tried to get that pet carrier? Or do you think that she tripped and maybe fell that had nothing to do with the pet carrier?
And I would just remind you that you remain under oath.
Okay, thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you. Dr. Hammers, before we broke, you were discussing wounds A, B, and C with us. It's your opinion that wounds A, B, and C were wounds that Ms. Mullis experienced first?
Certainly A and B, and then wound C has the similar orientation, so it makes sense from looking at those features that those may have occurred in the same process.
All right, and you've also put wounds E and F in one group and wound D in another, is that right?
Correct.
As between wounds E and F and wound D, do you have an opinion on which of those groupings were caused next?
Just from the features on the skin, I'm not able to make any determination regarding that.
Now, you described in your opinion, you described your process of reaching your opinions earlier, and I think one of the things you told us is that as a forensic pathologist, you do an external examination, you then do an internal examination. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you able to do any internal examination of Ms. Mullis's wounds here?
So I was able to review Dr. Cruz's findings and the photographs that she had taken of the internal exam, including the measurements that she had made of the wounds, some of the wounds along the wound paths, and to look at that internal process.
Okay, so Paul answered my question and says there was no evidence that she ever reached the pet carrier. Also, the only blood at the scene was a drop right by the door on the outside. Like, if we're looking at that red shed with the doors being partially open, was the drop of blood on the outside of the shed or on the inside of the shed? And Paul continues by saying, highly unlikely that she was impaled at the pet carrier and made it all the way back to the doors without any blood on the ground. Okay. And then says, pet carrier was still on the shelf and straight in, no sign it was moved or in process of moving. Droplet just inside the door. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Did you have a narrative description from her as well about those wound paths?
Yes, so I had her autopsy report, the photos, and her notes.
Did you have testimony from Dr. Cruz as well?
Yes, I was here yesterday, and I reviewed her deposition and trial testimony.
All right, what did your...
Wait, I thought that I was done, but I actually have more. Hold on a second. Did I not pause this? Follow-up questions. And obviously I don't know how to work this, so hang on. All right, we'll leave it right there. I might have to hear it again, but that's as close as we can get it. Okay, so the droplet of blood was just inside the door. The other issue that I'm having is, where was this corn rake? I thought that the corn rake was inside of the shed. Was it not? Also, please excuse the noise you hear in the background. It is Mac. He has a sneeze stuck.
But we have the state has stipulated to a numerous amount of our exhibits, and we've also stipulated to some of their exhibits for admission.
Oh my gosh, it rewound all the way. Bruh. Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah.
Dr. Hammers, before we broke, you were discussing wounds A, B, and C with us. It's your opinion that wounds A, B, and C were wounds that Ms. Mullis experienced first?
Certainly A and B, and then wound C has the similar orientation, so it makes sense from looking at those features that those may have occurred in the same process.
All right, and you've also put wounds E and F in one group and wound D in another, is that right?
Correct.
As between wounds E and F and wound D, do you have an opinion on which of those groupings were caused next?
Just from the features on the skin, I'm not able to make any determination regarding that.
Now, you described in your opinion, you described your process of reaching your opinions earlier, and I think one of the things you told us is that as a forensic pathologist, you do an external examination and you then do an internal examination. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you able to do any internal examination of Ms. Mullis's wounds here?
So I was able to review Dr. Cruz's findings and the photographs that she had taken of the internal exam, including the measurements that she had made of the wounds, some of the wounds along the wound paths, and to look at that internal process.
Did you have a narrative description from her as well about those wound paths?
Yes, so I had her autopsy report, the photos, and her notes.
Did you have testimony from Dr. Cruz as well?
Yes, I was here yesterday, and I reviewed her deposition and trial testimony.
All right, what did your, well, let me ask you this first. How many photos of the internal area of Ms. Mullis's torso did Dr. Cruz, what were taken at autopsy?
There were two photos, both were of the chest area. The skin was reflected, so the autopsy had been started, but the rib cage and the chest plate were still intact.
Was that a sufficient amount of photos, of visual evidence for you to reach your determinations in this case?
Well, just from photos alone, it would not have been, but I had her documentation in the autopsy reports with measurements that she had taken along some of the wound paths.
Did your review of the records related to the internal condition of Ms. Mullis's torso contribute to your opinions in this case?
Yes.
What did you note about the internal area of Ms. Mullis's torso?
So particularly with wounds A and B.
And let me stop you for 1 second. Let me just show you again some of the exhibits that we were looking at before. So if you could pull up, one of the demonstratives we were looking at, Your Honor, just for the record, was exhibits 573 and 574 that had some additional demonstrative markings on them. Can you show me that exhibit? I think the screen is still.
We'll see if it pops up here.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I think the exhibit we're going to show is a demonstrative of 572 and 574.
And the witness does have it.
All right. I'm happy to proceed. I just wasn't sure if it was showing, Your Honor. Thank you. All right. Is the court able to see the?
And I can see it.
All right.
Yes. Yep.
I think you were explaining for us, Dr. Hammers, what you were able to determine from your evaluation of the internal area of Ms. Mullis's torso.
Sure. So particularly with wounds A and B, the internal injuries were large in comparison to the surface of the skin, but also to the other wound paths. So Dr. Cruz captured a picture of the front of the chest plate where she had tracked the path of the injury to come out of, and it was very large, the area of muscle that was damaged. She also tracked through wound path B injuries through the right lung and measured them at 1 inch, which is also very large in comparison to the tines on the rake and also to the injuries on the surface of the skin.
And when you're talking about large, are you talking about the depth of the wound, or are you talking about the circumference of the
So the size of the wound. So the depth is, I'm not talking about the depth, I'm talking about the actual like diameter or size of the wound itself.
So inside Ms. Mullis's torso, were wounds A and B larger than the tine of than any of the tines of the rake?
Yes, that's correct.
Were there other wounds of the wounds between A and F that were larger than the tines of the rake?
It was really only the injuries along the pathway associated with A and B that were enlarged like that.
And what, if any, conclusions did you draw from that?
So that supported the findings on the surface of the skin indicating movement of the tine within the body. So again, if the tine had gone straight in and straight out without any movement, we would expect the size of the injuries through the body to be about the size of the tine. So having them significantly larger and extended is supportive of movement of that tine within the body. And then my conclusion of those two tines remaining in the body and moving while other injuries occurred.
So taking into account your external assessment and your internal assessment, from these assessments, were you able to determine, as between E and F and as between D, which injuries Ms. Mullis experienced next?
So not just from the internal and the surface of the skin, there were also markings on the clothing and I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your answer.
I was going to say an absence of a defect on the clothing where wound D would be. And so by putting those three things together, the external exam, the internal exam, and the clothing, I think there is some conclusions to potentially draw from the clothing analysis.
And I do.
Okay, give me just a second. I want to show you guys these pictures really quick. Okay. So, hold on. Well, maybe I should just do that. Hold on a minute. All right. So this is, am I unmuted? Yeah. All right, hold on. All right, here we go. So this is the corn rake. This is an actual crime scene photo. There's Amy. This is a more up close view of the corn rake and its tines, and the way that it's blunt. As you can see, it's it's flat at the top. This is the outside. The red shed is over here. This is the house. This is an overall view of where everything was. And these are the hog barns. So as you can see, I mean, it's not like he had to run half a mile down the road, but they're not right on top of each other. And I think that this picture is misleading because it's an aerial view. And so you would be led to think, oh, sure, that's no problem to be able to run from, like, say, this hog shed over to, or this hog barn, excuse me, over to this red shed. It should be fairly quickly. But I think because it's an aerial, it is misleading. I think it's probably a farther distance. This is the pigs. Again, this is another aerial view of the location of some of this is the house, and here's the shed. And I can't remember which hog barn they were in, but I do think that I think it's important to note that I don't think that Todd could get out of one of these barns over to the red shed and back again without Tristan noticing anything while he was getting a drink of water. Like, I just think that that's just too short of a period of time. I mean, how long does it take to really drink water? Not that long. There's another picture of Amy and Todd. Now, this is the red shed from the exterior, and the way that I understand it is the door was open this much because it was cold outside and it was stuck. Here is the pet carrier. And as you can see from this picture, it doesn't look like it was ever moved or disturbed at all. But this is what she was going to the shed to get. I believe this is the area where I think Todd was washing up and maybe Tristan had gone to get a drink. I mean, they're right on top of each other. Again, this is the door. This is where the rake was when it was photographed. As you can see, there's like not much room. But what I notice, and I remember noticing this during the trial, is that the floor of the shed appears to be slightly elevated from the ground or from this area right here. And I'll tell you this, when we moved to yes, Paul, I won't forget. That's an important part to note too. Okay, so when I moved from Florida to Texas, I had to put my stuff in storage. I had to not by myself, obviously, me and my husband unloaded the moving truck together. The way that the storage unit is there was the like the road, I guess, that you can drive down. There was and then it was more of a smooth surface, but the bottom line is there was like a lip between the floor of the storage itself and the like sidewalk area. So it was elevated. I helped unload an entire truck of furniture. We're talking about a 3-bedroom house here. Okay. I continued to trip over that lip at least 5 or 6 times, probably more. So, what I'm saying is that even though you live somewhere and you're fully aware that there is this lip right here, right? You can still trip. Here's another outside. This is Todd at his arrest. So you can see he's definitely changed in appearance. Here he is at the trial. And I think, yeah, that's it. All right. So just for you to, have an idea, it's not like we're talking about like this giant, huge, empty, or even full, but spacious shed. So, yeah. Yes. Speaking of Dateline, Lori Vallow talked to Keith Morrison. It's on Friday night. Your girl is going to be watching, and I will definitely find some type of way to be able to talk about that with you guys without getting a copyright claim. Okay, because this is the irony of the situation. Lori Vallow has filed a motion that she does not want cameras in the courtroom at all. That would be pre-trial and during her trial. Wait, let me take that back. I don't think there's anything she can do about pre-trial because that's already been established. I'm talking the trial, during the trial. She doesn't want the trial, the cameras in the courtroom during the trial, but has the unmitigated gall to get herself on Dateline and do a whole ass interview. Stop playing with these people, Lori. You want to control the narrative. You only want out what you want out. That's it. That's all. Cannot have your cake and eat it too, lady. Either we're going to watch or we're not. If you have something to say and you want to say it to Dateline, fantastic. I'll watch. But I also want to hear what you have to say in the courtroom as well. And not just what you have to say in the courtroom, but what others have to say in the courtroom. Stop trying to silence people, Lori. We don't appreciate it. So there you go. That's that. All right, let's keep going.
I do want to talk to you about the clothing. You had access to information about the clothing that Ms. Mullis was wearing at the time she was brought into the hospital. Is that right?
Yes.
What information about that clothing did you have access to review?
So I had photographs of the clothing, and those photographs showed the defects in the clothes.
All right. In your process as a forensic pathologist, do you rely on clothing as part of your analysis of injuries in cases that you evaluate?
I do. So evaluation of the clothing is typically part of the external examination process. As long as the clothing comes to the autopsy, occasionally it will come later.
And how do you evaluate clothing in trying to conduct an analysis of wounds?
So what we're looking for with the clothing is, are there defects that are consistent with what we're seeing on the body, meaning in location and in size and in distribution? Are there any less defects on any of the layers of clothing than what we see on the body, or are there any more defects on any layers of the clothing that we see on the body? And then comparing the differences in the layers of clothing, which can help understand how many times each of those pieces of clothing were damaged by the object.
Setting aside layers of clothing and just talking about situations.
We're going to get back into into the layers of clothing momentarily, but I think this is an important comment that I want to highlight, because I think we need to this is something that needs to be kept in mind. So Paul says, oh yeah, Kelly Cruz was very defensive. Imagine being that arrogant about your work when you had 3 to 4 months experience. I have 32 years experience and I still learn things daily. I cannot like this comment enough, because that's absolutely true. Okay. And it reminds me of another attorney, James Owens, Esquire, who you will remember was Sarah Boone's final defense attorney at trial, who said that he'd been doing something for like 111 billion years, right? Well, length of time, in my estimation, although it is important, if you've been doing something for 111, 50, 1100 years, and you've been doing it incorrectly, then what does that say about, what does length of time say? It basically says that you've been doing something incorrectly for 50, 1100 years. I don't find length of time, to be a valid argument just in general, like if you're just, it'd be like me saying, I've been a mother since 1995. What is that? In November, it'll be 30 years. I've been a mother for 30 years. What does that even mean? I'm still learning new stuff. That's the deal. Like I think, the problem that I had with Dr. Cruz was this. I don't think that you can be you can say that I had reached the conclusion and I'm also open. Those two things are diametrically opposed, right? If something is concluded, it's over. And I know she used a word with a C, but I cannot think of the word that she used. But she said I was also open to the performing the actual autopsy, and open to, receiving information, or maybe there was another, based upon the internal examination of the body, I felt like, maybe I could change my opinion. You can't be both at the same time. And that's what was irritating and infuriating to me about her testimony, because in my opinion, based on everything that she said in this hearing, because I can't remember everything that she said in the original trial, but just based on this hearing, it didn't seem that she was receptive to hearing. And it does seem to me that she took a look at the external wounds on Amy Mullis's body, and she reached a conclusion, and she never moved off of that conclusion. In fact, it seems like she didn't even want to entertain anything that might change her mind. That's how it came across. Whether or not that's the truth, I don't know. I wasn't in her head. I can only base my opinion off of what was presented in this hearing. And that is how she came across. Whether that was, whether that is actually how she feels, like I said, I don't know, but that's definitely how it came across. All right, here we go.
Situations where someone only has one layer of clothes on. You mentioned that there are situations where you might see more holes in someone's shirt, for instance, than they have holes on their body. Is that right?
Occasionally, yes.
And what can be explanations for there being more holes on an item of clothing than there are wounds in that area?
Sure. So it could be either that the clothing was damaged but the body wasn't in a certain area. In some areas that's more common. Or it could be that the clothing could have been folded, and so one penetration of that clothing actually causes a small cluster of holes together around the same place.
And what about situations where, again, setting aside the layers question and just talking about somebody who's wearing one layer of clothing, are there situations where there are fewer holes in someone's shirt than there are wounds in that area?
It's less common, but that can happen, yes.
And what are circumstances in which that could occur?
Well, in those circumstances, it would mean that the body is injured by the object, but the object did not come completely out of the clothing. So it penetrated through the clothing one time, but then caused one or more injuries to the skin without coming completely out of the clothing.
Now, you described situations where people are wearing layers of clothing. When you have a situation where a person who's passed was wearing layers of clothing, what process do you use to evaluate the layers?
So I look at all of the layers and document what I see, because there definitely is valuable information in those. But ultimately, when I'm making my conclusions, I would say probably the most important layer is going to be the layer that's closest to the body, because you can have more discrepancies with the number of holes as you go out in the different layers. And depending on the quality of the clothing or the type of the clothing, it can be more challenging to evaluate that clothing and see defects.
Did you evaluate the clothing that was brought in with Ms. Mullis?
I looked at the photographs that were taken of the clothing.
All right. Now, in this case, were there photographs that you had of Ms. Mullis's clothing at autopsy?
Yes.
And were there photos of her clothing from the hospital as well?
Yes, there were.
Did you also have photos of her clothing that were taken during a later review of her clothing?
Yes.
Was that a review that you were present for?
I was not.
Did you rely on those photos in reaching your opinions in this case?
I would say that in part I did, but I also relied on the other photos, which were consistent with, both sets of photos were consistent with each other.
I want to show the witness Exhibit 890. Yes.
Hang on a second, Judge.
I think we're ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right, may do so.
All right. Do you see a photograph in front of you, Dr. Hammers?
Yes.
What do you recognize what's depicted in photograph 890?
Yes, this is the gray T-shirt that, from my understanding, was the innermost layer of clothing that Ms. Mullis was wearing.
Is this the same gray T-shirt that you saw depicted in other photographs that you reviewed as part of your analysis here?
Yes.
And was there anything that you took into account? Let me just make a record, because the state's asked me to, that this Exhibit 890, I think the parties agree, was a photograph taken by Dr. Valentina Nye during a review of evidence in this case.
Okay.
Yeah, it's my understanding that 890 is an article of clothing that would have been on Amy Mullis's body at the time that she was killed, and that this comes from Dr. Nye's review. Is that correct?
I'll represent that to be the case.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you offering 890 at this time? Or are we just referring to it, I guess?
Let me ask the witness, Dr. Hammers, does Exhibit 890, is Exhibit 890 a true and accurate depiction of the T-shirt that you reviewed and considered as part of reaching your opinions in this case?
Yes, it is.
I would offer Exhibit 890 into evidence then, Your Honor.
Just one more question, please.
Sure.
The photo that, or the item of clothing that is in 890 was taken by Dr. Nye, correct?
I don't know who took this photo.
Do you know when it was taken? Was it taken sometime later?
That's my understanding, but I don't know when.
Taken later than the autopsy of Dr. Cruz, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
All right, I'm going to show the witness a different photo.
Mr. Brown, are you objecting to 890 then at this time?
With subject to those limitations, no. At this point in time, no, I'm not.
Okay. So I guess 890 is admitted with the understanding that it was taken at a later time by some unidentified person for a different doctor.
All right. Dr. Hammers, have you seen other photographs of this T-shirt where it has substantially more blood on it?
I wouldn't say substantially more blood. It just was a different color, slightly. This looks more like brown than the other photos that I saw.
All right. Does that coloring difference impact your evaluation of what's on the shirt that's depicted in Exhibit 890?
No.
All right. What, if any, conclusions did you draw from reviewing photographs of the T-shirt that Ms. Mullis was wearing in this case?
So, excuse me, the photographs of the T-shirt show defects that are consistent with wounds A, B, and C, and then wounds E and F, but there's not a defect that corresponds to wound D. Wound F has a cluster of 3 defects, kind of all combined in one area.
And what, if any, conclusions did you draw from the fact that there are fewer defects in the T-shirt in that area than the injuries, as you just described?
So that is, to me, that is indicative of the skin being penetrated a second time and also scraped, because there's also a scrape on the skin in between these areas without the tine exiting the clothing.
Okay, I just need to pause briefly for some fair use commentary. Clicker says, Shmita and Jenlu, you will have a better idea once you hear the testimony of the biomechanical engineer. And Tony says, oh, I remember you doing that, Shmita. Do you still have them? If she does not still have them, Tony, I put the link to that playlist when we did all that stuff in the description of this video. So if maybe I can't do it like while I'm watching this, because then I won't be able to, it'll be too distracting. I'll be hearing too much. But what I can do is after this ends, I can go through it and find it for you. And maybe we can talk about it in the tomorrow morning, if that works for you. What do you think about that? Let me know. All right, here we go.
For your assessment, how important was the number of holes in the T-shirt in the area of these injuries in comparison to the number of injuries in Ms. Mullis's back?
I would say that it's just as important as all of the other information that I evaluated. It helps understand, from my perspective, the movement of the rake, and it supports the tines associated with wounds A and B likely staying in the body.
I want to show you one more time the demonstrative that we've been looking at that shows the pictures of Ms. Mullis's back with the measurements that we've been looking at. I don't have a screen, so just let me know when you're seeing that, Dr. Hammers.
I can see it.
All right. In general, all of these wounds A through F, did you note in Dr. Cruz's autopsy report that these injuries were referred to as sharp force injuries?
I did.
Is it your opinion that these injuries are sharp force injuries? And when I say these injuries, I'm talking about the wounds A through F that we've been discussing.
In my opinion, they are not sharp force injuries.
What are they?
They are penetrating blunt force injuries.
And what is the difference between a penetrating blunt force injury and a sharp force injury?
So a sharp force injury cuts and divides the skin and typically does not leave any irregular edges on the skin like we have in these injuries. And it's made by a sharp object like a knife, a scalpel, a sharp piece of glass. Blunt injuries tear the skin. When they penetrate, they tear the skin, and they tend to cause a small amount of abrasion injury around the penetrating area, and then can cause injury, especially if there's movement, in a bigger radius or diameter around the injury. So it's a different type of wound category that we use, and it has pretty specific criteria in order to categorize them.
In a forensic pathology context, is the corn rake that you examined in this case, is that a sharp object?
It is not.
Why not?
Because the ends of the corn rake, or the different aspects of the corn rake, they're not going to cut and divide the tissue, they're going to tear the tissue. And so tearing of the tissue is a blunt injury, not a sharp injury.
Does this difference between injuries caused by a sharp force object and injuries caused by a blunt force, does that distinction matter in terms of your evaluation of this case?
I would say it doesn't change the fact that they're penetrating injuries and that this is why Ms. Mullis died, but it certainly puts the features of the injuries, both the external and internal, into a more clear context when evaluating the specifics of the pattern of injuries and the dynamics of how those injuries were sustained.
All right. If there's an exhibit in front of you, I think we can take that down. I want to talk about briefly about some other injuries on Ms. Mullis's body. You said that you considered these injuries we've been talking about that were on her back, and I want to talk about some other areas as well. Did you notice any injuries on Ms. Mullis's chest?
So she did have some injuries on her chest, yes.
And in general, what did you observe those injuries to be?
She had one defect on her right breast that was at the end of the wound path associated with wound A. And then she had bruising that was over the midline of her chest, like over her sternum, which from my review was apparent from CPR and related to that. And then she had like a small bruise that or two that were kind of on some various other areas of her torso.
All right, just to interrupt really quickly, because that testimony made me remember something. So when she's talking about the bruising that's occurred to Amy in the sternum area being likely the result of CPR, I just want to, for whatever reason, I just need to point this out. I read George Torres's autopsy report, and I will tell you that there was no injuries over his sternum like that noted. Again, just one more example of Sarah Boone being a lying liar face who tells lies. She did not give that man CPR at all in any way, shape, or form. That is all.
Those injuries something you determined to be blunt force injuries?
Those all fit into the category of blunt force, yes.
Does that mean those were injuries that were inflicted by another person?
No, so the one injury is from CPR, so that was inflicted essentially by trying to save Ms. Mullis's life.
Did you see any other injuries on Ms. Mullis's chest other than the injury you associated with CPR and the injury you associated with the wound path from her back that you found significant?
No.
All right. Did you look at some photographs and description from Dr. Cruz of injuries that were on Ms. Mullis's head and face?
Yes.
Was there anything that you observed on Ms. Mullis's head and face that was significant to your analysis of this case and to your opinions about the cause and manner of her death?
I would say that it was significant to my analysis of the case. In the overall context of the case, they weren't significant in the sense that they didn't cause Ms. Mullis to die and weren't a significant factor in the reason that she died.
You were here yesterday for some testimony from Kelly Cruz about this injury on Ms. Mullis's chin that we've been discussing.
Yes.
I want to show you an exhibit that we showed to Dr. Cruz yesterday. Which is two side-by-side photos, Your Honor, of Exhibit 621 and Exhibit 570, and these have been cropped for privacy reasons. Do you have those exhibits in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's depicted on Exhibit 621 and Exhibit 570?
I do.
And what is it?
These are photographs. The one on the left is a photograph that was taken at the hospital, I believe by Dr. Thompson, and the one on the right is a photograph that was taken at the time of autopsy.
How would you describe this injury? What is it?
So to me, this is like a red to purple area on the chin that ultimately, when it's photographed at the time of autopsy, has a very dark, dry coloration to it and has a somewhat translucent quality to it as well. And it is larger and more prominent at the time of autopsy than it was at the hospital.
Is that relevant to you that it looked different at autopsy than it did at the hospital earlier?
It is.
Why?
Because if you look at this just at autopsy, it appears just from the look of it and the size of it to be much more significant than it did at the hospital. It also doesn't have all of the properties of that translucent quality to it, which has a very particular kind of force that's associated with it and can give you an indication of how that marking came to be on the body.
How did this marking come to be on Ms. Mullis's body?
So in my opinion, the qualities of this on her chin are very consistent with a pressure area where her chin was pressed up against a hard surface. And because your jaw is hard and you don't have very thick skin in this area, that compression will basically press the tissues together and cause an area that will become red to purple and will become dark and translucent over a period of time.
Is this injury something that must be caused by striking a surface?
It is not. It tends to be from pressure against a hard object.
How much pressure?
The pressure typically of a person's body. We see these markings in people who are pressed up against a hard object when they're not responsive, quite commonly.
Can you give an example of where you've seen this type of injury in other cases?
Sure. So we will see this in people who have strokes and can't move and are in one position without being able to move, and also commonly in people who experience drug overdoses, particularly with opiates. They'll become unconscious, and if they're pressed up against a hard surface, they'll develop pressure marks like this.
How long would someone's body need to be pressed up against a hard surface to experience this kind of injury?
It doesn't actually take a very long time. It could be a matter of just a couple of minutes in order to cause that. It really depends on how hard the surface is, how firmly the skin is pressed up against it, and then how thick the tissue is between either like the underlying surfaces that are either bone or soft tissue.
And this is why, in my opinion, I wish that there had been a more extensive toxicology panel done, because opiates, pain medication, are tricky and they're sneaky. You know, you can take a pill, and obviously chronic pain and acute pain are very, very different. But the idea of pain medication, as I understand it, is that when it's chronic pain and acute pain, really, you want to take the pain medication on a schedule so that the pain medication doesn't have time really to completely wear off. The idea is that you try to get ahead of the pain, because once you're in really severe pain, right, taking another pain pill actually can sometimes not really alleviate the pain because it's so, hiccup, because it's so severe. So what I'm curious about is if when Amy began the day, okay, and was cleaning, did she experience pain related to her surgery that required her to take pain medication? And What did she think in her head? I'm prescribed 1. Usually they say 1 to 2. So what if she was prescribed 1 to 2 pain pills and before going into the shed, right? Or maybe she got up that morning with extra pain. I don't know, but maybe she took 2 at a time rather than just taking 1 at a time. And perhaps she, because of the pain medication, became dizzy or disoriented. I mean, she was already complaining of that stuff. That's why I wish that they would have done a more extensive panel at the time of autopsy.
Is this injury that's depicted in Exhibit 621 and Exhibit 570 the result of somebody striking Ms. Mullis in the face?
So there are no features of that I would expect if somebody struck her in the face. We would expect her to have swelling, more extensive bruising. I don't see any of that and didn't see any documentation of that in the records.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you hear some testimony from Dr. Cruz yesterday about Ms. Mullis's ear having some bruising on it?
Yes.
Did you see that bruising in the materials you observed?
I did.
Can you determine what might have caused that bruising?
Yes.
What?
So she has multiple earrings that are in the area of that bruising and are very consistent. They're small bruises that are right in the area of those earrings. So either from, some hard like pressure against that area or the EMT who testified talked about log rolling Ms. Mullis to get her on the sheet to put her in the ambulance. So certainly that process could do that with just pressure of the ear against the ground.
Did you see any? Well, let me ask you this. Dr. Cruz testified yesterday about a cut on Ms. Mullis's lip. Did you see that cut when you were conducting your review of this case?
I did. I believe that she documented it and testified that it was an abrasion.
Thanks for clarifying that. I'm marking on her mouth.
Sure, yes.
And could you determine what the cause of that abrasion was?
No, there's nothing specific about that indicates like what caused it. It was small and somewhat dry to even a little bit like reddish brown on her upper lip.
Did you, in any of the materials that you reviewed, observe any swelling on Ms. Mullis's face?
Her eye looked like it was kind of swollen or a little bit larger than the other side. So the left was a little larger than the right side, but there was no change in color to it under the surface of the skin.
Was that swelling an indication of blunt force trauma?
It was not. It was actually the result of the medical interventions that she underwent.
And how's that?
So she experienced something called subcutaneous emphysema. That's basically where through the process of CPR, whether it's through trying to get air into a person's body through a King tube or an endotracheal tube, or because she had injuries that involved her chest wall, air will get under the surface of the skin and travel through the fatty tissues, and it will cause basically the air to get trapped in there, and areas of the body will become they can look almost swollen. And so she had that on her left eye, and it was also documented that it was traveling down her chest all the way down to the area of like her hips.
I want to now show you an exhibit that is Exhibits 566 and 634 combined, and there's been just, for the record, some slight cropping of one of these photographs just for privacy reasons.
I can see it.
Can you see those exhibits?
Yes.
What is depicted in Exhibit 566 and 634 in front of you?
So this is an area of the left knee. In the right-hand picture, you can see a yellow object beneath that discoloration. That's medical intervention, as well as a small piece of tubing. That's also part of the medical intervention. Just at like the lower part of the knee, there's an area of a reddish-purple contusion or bruising to the skin with some overlying scrapes or abrasions to the skin involving the knee.
Were any of the bruising that you observed or saw described in materials that you reviewed signs of a struggle with another person?
There's nothing specific about these that indicate that they're from a struggle, and also like the location and the features of them, they're not even highly likely to be from a struggle. They could be from a vast number of happenings.
I'm going to show the witness now an exhibit that is just Exhibits 513 and 517 next to one another. Do you have those photos in front of you?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in exhibits 513 and 517?
So these are the back surfaces of Ms. Mullis's hands. The right hand is on the bottom and the left hand is on the top, and these were taken at the time of autopsy.
Are there any injuries to Ms. Mullis's hands that you can see in this picture?
There are.
And can you draw any conclusions from the injuries that you see on her hands?
I can say that they're abrasions and contusions, that they're small, and they're over, most of them are over somewhat prominent surfaces of her hands, meaning some of the like knuckle areas, and they are nondescript, so they don't let you know specifically what they're caused from.
Are these injuries signs of Ms. Mullis having struggled with another person?
The number, the distribution, the pattern of them are not indicative of that. They're not even highly suggestive of that. They are, again, sort of too general to draw any specific conclusion from.
I'm going to just show the witness what we've marked as Exhibit 275. I'm going to just show the witness what's been marked as Exhibit 275. Do you recognize what Exhibit 275, or do you know what Exhibit 275 is?
I do.
Are the injuries that you see on Ms. Mullis's hands consistent with someone whose hands could fit into Exhibit 275, putting their hand inside of it to wash the inside of it or to touch the inside of it in some way?
I'm object to speculation.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen Exhibit 275 before?
I don't know if I saw that exact one, but I have seen similar objects like that before.
Where have you seen similar objects to Exhibit 275?
When I visited the farm, I saw that those were covering like lights and being used as like a protector for light bulbs.
Are the injuries that you observed on Ms. Mullis's hands consistent with her knuckles or the outside of her hands being abraded on a rough surface?
Yes.
All right. In general, well, have you described all of the external injuries on Ms. Mullis's body, not just on her back, but on other areas of her body that you took into account in evaluating or in reaching your opinions in this case?
There's a couple of more like bruises that were on her legs that were documented in different places, but again, they were small, nondescript, and there was nothing about the location, pattern, or features of any individual wound together or alone that indicated any specific event or type of trauma that would have caused them.
Have you had cases as a forensic pathologist where the overall number of blunt force trauma injuries on someone's body was an indicator to you of the cause and manner of their death?
Yes, I have.
And is this such a case?
This is not.
Why not?
Looking at the blunt injuries in total, putting them into the context of the penetrating injuries, and then putting them into the context of what we know about how Ms. Mullis was found, how she was transported to the hospital, and how she was treated at the hospital, and what she was doing prior to her being found unresponsive. The blunt injuries, again, alone and combined, really don't have, in my opinion, any significance to why she died.
Are there explanations in the process you just described, from your understanding, the things she was doing that day, the way that she was brought to the hospital, the medical intervention that would explain the markings on her body, excepting the wounds A through F that we've been discussing?
Yes, and I would add in addition, like the way that she was reported to have been found, in addition to those things.
And how would the way that she was reported to have been found, how would that impact that analysis as well?
So she was reported that her arms were under her and her face was on the ground, and so, or at least face down. So, you know, that would help explain the jaw, the marking on her jaw, being pressed against a hard surface of the barn, and potentially explain some of the injuries on her hands from her either moving around on the ground or collapsing.
Would her being carried to a vehicle to be brought to the hospital explain some of her bruising?
It's
I'm going to object as speculation as well.
Sustained.
Wait, what? She can't speculate? I thought that witnesses that had been qualified as an expert could offer speculation. Huh. Okay.
You've told us that you reviewed records in this case, and you've explained to us your opinion and analysis about the injuries on Ms. Mullis's back, the wounds A through F that we've been discussing. Taking into account everything that you reviewed in this case, Dr. Hammers, do you have an opinion on the cause of Ms. Mullis's death?
I do.
What's your opinion?
So my opinion is that Ms. Mullis died as a result of her left-sided pneumothorax from the penetrating injuries of her torso.
And can you explain how a pneumothorax would have caused her penetrating injuries and caused her death?
So the penetrating injuries caused her pneumothorax. And so what happens is if you have an injury that penetrates into your chest cavity, and especially if it's small, air can go into the chest cavity around the lung and put pressure on the lung, and it can't escape. So each time you breathe, air moves into that space, but it gets trapped and can't come back out. If the defect or injury is large, air is going to be able to go in and out of that injury or set of injuries. So to develop a pneumothorax, you need the air to be able to move in and become trapped, which is what was identified at the hospital, shown in the x-ray, and also documented on the right side that there was not a significant pneumothorax, if any. And so it was very clear on the x-rays that she had a pneumothorax, and that would have been caused by the two penetrating defects from wounds E and F that Dr. Cruz documented in her autopsy report.
Did Ms. Mullis have a pneumothorax on her right side?
So she did not. So when the chest tube was inserted at the hospital, they documented that there was a small amount of blood and a small amount of air. That together with the size of the injuries that she had on her chest wall, particularly the one that I described on the front of her chest between her muscles of her ribs, and then the larger size of that injuries A and B, the size of those injuries would allow air to move in and out of the lung and not become trapped, and that placement of the chest tube supports that fact that air was not becoming entrapped around the right lung. The other things that supports that is that the right lung was pretty well aerated or filled with air, which is not what happens when you get a pneumothorax. It presses on the lung and collapses it, like what happened on the left-hand side, and then it will also press all of your structures in the midline of your body toward the opposite side, which is what they saw very clearly on the x-ray at the hospital.
Can someone with a collapsed lung yell or scream?
They may be able to try, but it's going to be challenging for them to get any amount of air to push out of their lungs that can move across their vocal cords to give them a voice, basically, because that's what we're relying on when we talk, is the air movement out of our body across our vocal cords to be able to make our vocalizations.
Were you here for Dr. Cruz's testimony yesterday about her opinion that Ms. Mullis, with her injuries, would have been alive for a few minutes potentially?
Yes.
Do you agree with that assessment?
I do agree with that, yes.
After Ms. Mullis experienced the injuries that are reflected in wounds A through F, would she have been able to get up and walk around?
Yes, she would have been. So her becoming unconscious and then ultimately dying would have been a process. So when you get a pneumothorax, you don't get it all at one time. It builds up each time that you breathe. So each time you breathe, you would get more and more air into your lungs, but during that time period, you would still be conscious and be able to have willful activity.
Were you here for Dr. Cruz's testimony yesterday about the mechanism of Ms. Mullis's death?
Yes.
Do you agree with her testimony?
I do not.
And what do you disagree with?
So Ms. Mullis, her mechanism of death, which is the physiologic process that happens to you when you're dying, her cause of death was basically respiratory depression occurring because of the pneumothorax. That was the primary mechanism that was happening in her body. So she was having decreased oxygen available to get into her body because of that happened because of a respiratory depression from the pneumothorax. So she wasn't dying because of anything on the right side, which Dr. Cruz did say that she may have been able to live with medical treatment on the right side, and it really was the left side.
Does Dr. Cruz's autopsy report reflect the correct mechanism of Ms. Mullis's death?
Well, I don't believe that Dr. Cruz listed a mechanism of death in the autopsy report.
is it a generally accepted practice in forensic pathology for the autopsy report not to reflect that?
Typically, the autopsy report does not reflect that, neither does the death certificate. That usually is something that is either answered in a conversation about what happened, or if I would go and, let's say, testify, I often am asked about the mechanism.
Did you review Dr. Cruz's trial testimony from Mr. Mullis's trial in 2019?
Yes.
Did Dr. Cruz identify the correct mechanism of death in that testimony?
She did not.
Okay, just because we've been talking about it all morning, I want to share what Dr. Cruz actually did say about the mechanism, about what we couldn't, that she was certain. Let's just hear what she has to say. All right, here we go.
Final opinion until the end, but I was certain at the beginning that it was a homicide, and everything else within my autopsy supported that. I remained open throughout and found no evidence to the contrary.
There it is. She was certain that it was a homicide before beginning the autopsy, both the external and internal autopsy. Wait, let's just hold on a minute. Let me just go back over here. Let me not make this. Let's see. Let's go back. All right, ready? This is what she actually said.
Was it your opinion that these injuries weren't from a fall, even before you finished looking at Ms. Mullis's body?
It was determined at the end of the autopsy. Much of the examination is that external examination that begins the entire process. So I had pretty clear idea before the internal examination began, and did not issue a final opinion until the end. But I was certain at the beginning that it was a homicide, and everything else within my autopsy supported that. I remained open throughout and found no evidence to the contrary.
Okay. I don't know how you could be certain and open at the same time. It just does not make sense to me at all. All right, let's get back to what we're supposed to be watching today. Because I just wanted because we've been talking about it, like I've been mentioning it, we've been talking about it in the chat, and I just wanted everybody to hear once more exactly what she said. Also, just as a side note, whenever there is a transcript available, if you use Control F, meaning you push the Control and the F button at the same time, it pops up this little handy dandy window and you can search keywords super fast. All right, that's all. Follow me for more life tips. Here we go.
You described earlier in your testimony that you use the scientific method as part of in order to evaluate the manner of someone's death. Is that right?
So determining the manner of death and the cause of death is part of that process, yes.
All right, and did you apply the scientific method in your evaluation of Ms. Mullis's, the cause and manner of Ms. Mullis's death?
I did.
Did you test some hypotheses as part of your use of the scientific method about how to evaluate how Ms. Mullis would have received the injuries, the wounds A through F that we've been talking about in her back?
I did.
What hypotheses did you test to evaluate how Ms. Mullis received those injuries?
So when we have a penetrating injury can basically fit any category of manner of death outside of a natural death. So it could be an accident, a suicide, a homicide, or an undetermined death. So starting with all four of those is where when you have an injury is kind of the hypothesis that you're testing. And the manner of death primarily comes from the investigative information. So the autopsy alone typically does not answer the manner of death. So you can get information about the manner of death from the autopsy, but really the manner is putting the investigative information, all of the records that you have, and any kind of additional information that you have into the context of those injuries to then determine the manner of death.
And there you have it. Translation, you need all the things, not some things that you think are important, all the things. Because if you don't have all the things, how can you know what's important and what's not?
So the manner of death typically is not often unique or completely known just from the autopsy.
And in Ms. Mullis's case, could the manner of her death be determined just from the information that was learned at autopsy?
In my opinion, no. Dr. Cruz testified that she was aware that it was a corn rake and aware that the corn rake had been found at least partially in Ms. Mullis's body, and she had the autopsy findings. She didn't have the medical records, she didn't have the EMS information, she didn't have her toxicology back, and from her testimony, it sounds like she made that determination without the other information.
In your experience as a professor of pathology and a person who's been responsible for training other pathologists, is that the kind of mistake that inexperienced pathologists sometimes make?
It can be. I mean, we all learn throughout our career, and we're trained, but that's not where your learning stops. So we continue to learn, to understand, to grow, and we may look back on the cases that we've done or the decisions that we've made and view them differently in light of new experiences and new training that we may undergo or more cases that we've seen.
So in evaluating the manner of Ms. Mullis's death, I think it's your testimony that this is not a natural death. So in considering those other 4 options, did you test the hypothesis that Ms. Mullis experienced these wounds in her back by someone swinging the corn rake into her back?
I did.
And how did you test that hypothesis?
So I tested that by observing the pictures of the corn rake, understanding the size of the corn rake, the spacing of the tines, the distribution and orientation of the tines, looking at the photos of the shed, going there and seeing that area to try to understand if somebody could swing a corn rake in that area, and also looking to see what was around that area, and then putting that into what's kind of known in my training and education, what's in the literature of other types of injuries that may occur from similar objects, and then in the information that we had, both from what Ms. Mullis's husband and son reported to what was observed through the treatment and from Dr. Cruz.
What was your conclusion about?
I'll rewind that because I would like to, this is important, and I believe it is from Anchorman. They've done studies, 60% of the time it works every time. Thank you, Violet. Correct.
Whether or not that hypothesis was possible, that she received these injuries by somebody swinging this corn rake.
We had, both from what Ms. Mullis's husband and son reported to what was observed through the treatment and from Dr. Cruz.
What was your conclusion about whether or not that hypothesis was possible, that she received these injuries by somebody swinging this corn rake into her back?
So my conclusion was that that was not consistent with what was on her body, both in the directions that the pathways traveled in her body, and the difference in the pathways in her body, and in the context of the spacing at the shed itself.
I want to show you a demonstrative exhibit. In just one moment, Your Honor, let me explain to the state what we're going to show.
I think we're going to have some more things, more issues. I know it's afternoon, so.
Sure. If this is a good time to take our lunch break so that you have some time to visit, let's do that. We'll plan on trying to pick back up about 1:15. Court is in recess until then. Doctor, you can step down. Thank you.
right. They're taking their lunch break, but we're pressing on. But before we do that, I do want to highlight this comment made by Call Me Sadie because this is a valid concern. Call Me Sadie says, here's my concern. What if Todd really is guilty, but because of Dr. Cruz's incompetence, he goes free? And I typed it in the chat, but I'm going to say it out loud as well. That's always a concern, and it's a concern of mine as well. But like I said in the comment section or in the chat, what the defense is asking for is a new trial. So if that were to be granted at a new trial, obviously the state who has sat through this hearing and trial, right, this bench trial, is aware of, and they would have been there. They would have been, even if this hearing hadn't taken place and it was, I don't know, a new trial was granted based on some other appeal, right? Because of discovery, they would absolutely know, and they will absolutely know, sort of the path, as it were, that the defense is going to take when presenting their case, and so they would likely adjust the way that they present their case. Okay, and also they're allowed to, they're allowed to present their evidence at trial. The state is. So essentially, it would be exactly like it's. I mean, a new trial is just that. It's a new trial. So the state is now the burden has shifted back to them, and they have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. But they're allowed to put in, more witnesses, evidence, all the things. It's just a regular trial, and then the jury will be left to sort it out. And I would like to think that at the end of the day, that a jury would be competent to sort it all out and make the final determination. But also, I like what Paul says here too, because I think this is also truth. Her incompetence is what established his guilt. It's a bit of a non sequitur to think that could set him free, yet he'd still be guilty. Well, Violet asks, will he be on bond while we wait for a new trial? So if he were granted a new trial, that means that the guilt would be vacated. So everything starts all over again. And in theory, he could request bond. And in theory, bond could be granted. I don't know the particulars. I'll look in a little bit to find out for you, because different states do different things. So there are certain states that don't, when you're charged with first degree murder, you don't get a bond. But we'll see, I'll look it up and see what Iowa does.
Okay, we'll go back on the record. Doctor, I would just remind you that you remain under oath. Ms. Thompson, are you ready to pick back up with your direct?
I am, thank you, Your Honor. And I think the parties had conferred about a demonstrative exhibit right before the break, and I think we've resolved that issue.
Wonderful, thank you.
All right. Dr. Hammers, before we broke for lunch, you were starting to talk about some of the hypotheses that you tested in this case. Before we get to that, I want to go back to one thing that we discussed earlier in your testimony, which is the groupings of the wounds on Ms. Mullis's back, wounds A through F, that we were discussing earlier. And I'm going to show you an exhibit that we looked at earlier, which shows the wounds and the measurements. Do you have that exhibit in front of you?
Not quite yet.
Okay, thank you. It's
This one?
Okay, so I hit the Googles, and here's the answer. And this is an AI overview. All right, so I Googled, can a person charged with first-degree murder get bond in Iowa? And the answer is no. A defendant charged with murder in Iowa cannot be admitted to bail while awaiting judgment and sentencing. Explanation. In Iowa, all defendants are eligible for bail before and after conviction, except for those charged with certain felonies, including murder. So, no. Also, keep in mind, okay, that if this motion for a new trial is granted and his conviction is vacated and everything stops, never mind. Let me look that up because I don't want to say that in case it's not true.
Oh, okay.
Do you have the phone in front of you?
I do
Dr.
now.
Hammers? Now, in your review of Dr. Cruz's materials from the autopsy, did she document the trajectory that these wounds took within Ms. Mullis's body?
She did.
And going through the wounds from A to F, can you tell us what those trajectories were?
Sure. So wound A was from the back of the body toward the front, from the right of the body to the left, and slightly downward.
What about wound B?
B was the same, right to left, forward and slightly downward.
What about C?
It was also the same, front to back, right to left and slightly downward.
And D?
And that was the same, front to back, or back to front, right to left and slightly downward.
What about E?
E was back to front, right to left and sharply upward.
And what about F?
Back to front, right to left and sharply upward.
Were you able to determine from Dr. Cruz's documentation the specific path that any of these wounds took through Ms. Mullis's chest?
So she did document like rib spaces that they went through, and the injuries with A and B, she documented specifically the organs that they struck.
Does documentation of the rib spaces help you determine with some specificity the path that certain wounds took through her chest?
Yes, it gives you either an ending point or a point along the way that you can tell if it's going slightly downward, upward, or sharply upward or downward.
Is there something with people's rib cages called an intercostal space?
Yes.
Can you explain what that is?
Yes, so you have 12 ribs, and in between your ribs, that's called the intercostal space. And so you have your first rib, and then your second rib, and your first intercostal space is between the first and second rib, and so on as you go down the rib cage.
And every person has 12 ribs?
Yes, in general, yes.
So for everyone, the numbering of those intercostal spaces is the same?
Correct, it's the same. It's always the space below it is the number of the rib above it.
And so for which of these wounds were you able to determine, because of the other things in Ms. Mullis's body that they passed through, what their more precise path was?
So A and B went through rib spaces, and E and F went through rib spaces. C and D only went into the soft tissue and muscle of the back.
I'm going to show you another demonstrative, which we conferred with the state about before the break. This is purely a demonstrative exhibit, Your Honor. It's not being offered into evidence. We've referred to it as demonstrative A. Do you see the demonstrative in front of you?
I do.
Would using demonstrative A assist you in describing your testimony, Dr. Hammers?
Yes.
What is depicted in demonstrative A?
So demonstrative A has the wounds A through F. It is a look at from the side of the body. So looking basically like from the right to the left side. So it's two-dimensional, but it has all the wounds A through F. It has their relative location on the body, and then the direction with an arrow that the pathway travels based off of the locations that Dr. Cruz had documented in her autopsy report.
And does figure A depict the trajectories and the relative depths of wounds A through F based on your understanding of Dr. Cruz's documentation?
Yes, it does.
Did any of the information that's depicted in the demonstrative in front of you, the trajectories, the relative depths, the directions of the wounds, did that assist you in your understanding of which wounds you consider to be grouped together in some way?
I would say yes.
And how?
So it allowed me to understand that A through D had a similar, essentially a similar pathway in the body, and that E and F had a very different and distinct pathway in the body. It also explained and confirmed my suspicion about wounds A and B being caused from the tine staying in the body and being much deeper than wound C, and also confirmed that wound D, where it did not come out of the clothing, it also only went into the body a very shallow depth.
Now, from what you told us before the break, it's your opinion that Ms. Mullis experienced wound D at a different time from A, B, and C. Is that right?
Well, different from, I guess, the grouping of A, B, and C, but what I've testified to is that from my review, A and B did not leave the body, so then C would have been at a different time than D, essentially.
And is your understanding of the trajectories of these wounds, is that inconsistent with your understanding of, is anything about the trajectories of these wounds inconsistent with your opinions about when and in what order Ms. Mullis experienced these wounds?
No.
All right. In thinking about the trajectories of these wounds, what were the trajectories of wounds A through F relative to Ms. Mullis's body?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if we think of and I understand that we're not talking in terms of the actual position that Ms. Mullis's body was in when she experienced these injuries, whether she's laying down or standing up. I'm not asking you about that, but treating her body as a vertical object, where were the wounds relative in terms of the trajectory? What was the trajectory relative to her body?
I'm still not 100% sure that I understand what you mean. Or I don't know, are you asking about the anatomic position and how we measure them, or are you asking about something else?
I appreciate that question. If we treat the axis of the body as a vertical axis, how would you describe the trajectory of these wounds relative to that axis?
Oh, I think I understand now. Okay, so they're all going from the back of the body toward the front. They are all going from the right side of the body toward the left, and then A through D are going slightly downward, and E and F are so toward her feet, essentially, but only very slightly. And then E and F are going up toward her head.
And those wounds A to C, when you say they're going slightly downward, are those near horizontal?
Very close to horizontal, yes.
Okay.
Okay. I did further research on the bail. This is from, let me tell you exactly where this is from. Hold on. So we know. It came from the Iowa legislature.gov, bail and bail restrictions. That's where it comes from. Okay. And it's a PDF. And here's what it says. Well, what it reads. Bail and bail restrictions. All defendants are bailable both before and after conviction by sufficient surety or subject to release upon condition or their own recognizance, except that the following defendants shall not be admitted to bail. A defendant awaiting judgment of conviction and sentencing following either a plea deal or a verdict of guilty of a Class A felony, murder, any Class B felony included in Section 462A or 0.14 or 707.6A, and it's felonious assault, felonious child endangerment, S abuse, I should say, in the second degree, S abuse in the third degree, kidnapping, robbery in the first degree, arson in the first degree, burglary in the first degree, any felony included in Section 124.401, subsection 1, paragraph A or B, or a second or subsequent offense under Sections 1 or Section 124.401, subsection I, paragraph C, any felony punishable under Section 902.9, subsection 1, any public offense committed while detained pursuant to Section 229A.5, or any public offense committed while subject to an order of commitment pursuant to Chapter 229A. So I think that it's based on that, I would say that the answer is no. He's not eligible for bond.
Before we broke, I think we were starting to talk about your hypotheses in this case, and I think the hypothesis that you were discussing before we broke was the hypothesis that someone swung this corn rake into Ms. Mullis's back. And I apologize because I don't remember. Did you tell us what your conclusion was about this hypothesis?
I honestly don't remember.
Well, what was your hypothesis? What was your hypothesis, or what was your conclusion about the hypothesis that Ms. Mullis experienced these wounds in her back from someone swinging the corn rake into her back?
So my conclusion is that the pathway is not consistent with the features of the corn rake and the space within the shed to be able to cause this set of injuries in these pathways.
Also, Paul is correct to his point that says it's possible he is set free as well. That's one of the possible outcomes. That is correct. Should the defense, that's the other thing I was looking up. So should the defense be successful in getting a new trial, the prosecutor, what that means is it's a total reset. Okay. They got to charge him again, and they have to choose whether or not they're going to prosecute him again. It is possible that the state would elect not to prosecute him again for first-degree murder. So all of these things are potential outcomes. The state would have to charge him. It's also possible, while we're just talking about scenarios, that if the state decides to charge him, they could charge him differently. So, I mean, there's a few scenarios.
So leaving the.
Hold on. Let me just pause here really quick. Violet said, thank you so much, Jen Lu, for looking that up. You're welcome, because I wanted to know, I'll give you an example with the West Memphis 3, because that's something that I'm knowledgeable about. They appealed all the way to the Arkansas State Supreme Court. And the Arkansas State Supreme Court ruled in their favor. They were given an opportunity at a new trial. But before the new trial happened, they took what's known as an Alford plea. An Alford plea is where a defendant pleads it's where the defendant admits that should they be tried on these charges, the state has enough evidence to convict them, but they still maintain their innocence. So when that happened, the judge accepted the Alford plea and sentenced them to time served, and then gave them supervised parole for, I think, 10 years or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was. But that can and does happen. But when the judge accepted the Alford plea, it made them eligible for immediate release, which is what happened. There's a lot of scenarios that could happen if the defense is successful in this appeal.
Position of the shed out of your analysis for a minute. Were you able to determine, without knowing anything about the shed on the Mullis farm, whether this hypothesis was true or not?
The swinging
Yes.
hypothesis? Well, with swinging, that can't describe, if you sort of have swinging in any sort of way, shape, or form, it can't describe the entire set of injuries that have occurred.
Why not?
Because there's 4 tines to the rake, there's 6 injuries plus the scrape to her back, and they are in different directions.
Is it possible or were you able to disprove the hypothesis that someone caused these injuries in Ms. Mullis's back by someone swinging the rake into her back more than once?
I was.
And what's your determination about that hypothesis?
That is not true because the clothing does not support that.
How does the clothing not support that?
So the outer coat of the clothing has even fewer holes than what we saw on the inner clothing, indicating that at least some of the tines of the rake did not exit the clothing in total at all.
Now, is it your testimony that the physical characteristics of the shed on the Mullis property contributed to your determination that someone could not have swung this rake into Ms. Mullis's back to cause these injuries?
Yes, that's part of it.
And you said that you visited the shed on the property, is that right?
I did.
What was it about the shed on the property that contributed to your opinions that this is not possible?
So the openings in the shed are very narrow and leave little room to either side in order to swing a rake, and that would mean swinging from overhead would be necessary, and that does not add up with the direction of the wounds and the number of the wounds.
I'm going to show you an exhibit that's been marked. I'm going to show you an exhibit that's been marked as 731. Do you recognize what is depicted in Exhibit 731?
Yes.
What is it?
This is one of the walkways in the shed.
Does Exhibit 731 truly and accurately depict the interior of the Mullis shed at the time that you visited it?
To the best of my recollection, yes, it does.
All right, we'll seek to admit Exhibit 731, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
731 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you have any understanding of where in the shed Ms. Mullis might have? Let me ask you a better question. What the hypotheses that you were considering about Ms. Mullis having someone swing the rake into her back in the shed? What areas of the shed did you consider in that hypothesis?
So basically the only open areas of the shed where you could walk, which were all very narrow within the shed. And then there was an area in the shed where it was reported that she was going to get a carrier. And that was in an area in one of those narrow walkways.
From your review of photographs and descriptions of the shed and from your own visit to the shed, did you determine any area inside of the shed that would allow for the hypothesis that someone swung a corn rake into Ms. Mullis's back in that area of the shed?
I did not.
Did you test a hypothesis that Ms. Mullis received wounds A through F from someone pushing the corn rake into her back?
I did consider that, yes.
And what was your conclusion about that hypothesis?
So my conclusion was, from my experience and training, I've not seen any kind of injuries like that with having multiple tines of any type of object able to push into somebody, and comparing that to other cases that I have which have not been from a corn rake but from different weapons, that not being ever reported to me, ever seen by me, or anything that I've witnessed any of my colleagues having, where someone has been able to push an object like that through somebody's clothes and into their body one time, let alone multiple times.
Did you test a hypothesis that?
Okay, and I just need to pause for fair use commentary here. I believe that I understand what the witness is testifying to. Basically what she's saying, if I'm understanding her correctly, she was asked if Amy Mullis could have gotten those injuries from the corn rake simply being pushed into her. And I think she says, well, no, and she's also never seen that. But if you think about it, and you'd have to do it quickly. And you'd have to do it with some level of force. And I'm not sure that there's enough room in that shed for there to be that force, number one. But number two, it seems like it would have to be almost like a blitz attack, something that she didn't see coming. And I don't know. There's something about that that just doesn't seem possible or probable.
That Ms. Mullis received these injuries by falling onto this corn rake one or more times.
Yes.
And what did you determine about that hypothesis?
So from considering that hypothesis, based off of all of the information that I reviewed, that was the most likely and reasonable hypothesis, given the location, the distribution of the injuries, the features of the injuries, the features of the corn rake, and my experience in training.
We agree that if Ms. Mullis experienced these injuries by falling, she had to have fallen on this corn rake more than once. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Why does the hypothesis that she fell on this corn rake fit with the evidence as you understand it?
So the fact that it appears that she received wounds A, B, and C clustered together, and that wound D is in a similar area to C but is much more shallow, and there's movement of wounds A and B, and all of those injuries are in a similar distribution, I would expect that there could be more shallow injuries from her falling, even potentially from different heights or different distances above the ground, and then the change in that orientation with wounds tines A and B staying inside those wounds, and then her sustaining the other two injuries. So to me, when I look at all the features of the wounds consistent with coming from the same object, and then the similarities in their orientation, that to me is the most likely and reasonable scenario for how those injuries occurred. And it fits with the differences of the features that I saw inside and outside of the body with wounds A and B.
Did you get any information from Ms. Mullis's medical history about prescription medications that she was taking around the time of her death?
Yes.
From the medical records, what were you able to determine about that?
So she had 5 medications that were listed as her current medications. 3 of them were medications that can sort of have a similar effect on the body, and in my training and experience were the more significant of the 3 medications that she was on that were listed in her medical record. 2 of them appeared to be medication she was on typically, and then 1 of them was a medication she was given post-operatively after her procedure.
And what would have been the consequences of those medications?
So those medications all can have similar effects of dizziness, somnolence, meaning sleepiness, and kind of like, those are like the 2 main, dizziness and tiredness.
Did the toxicology report that accompanied the autopsy in this case reveal those medications?
Can you ask me that again? I'm sorry.
Sure. Did the toxicology report that was conducted as part of Dr. Cruz's autopsy in this case, did it reveal those medications?
It did not.
And is there a reason why?
So the toxicology panel that was tested for does not include those medications in what is tested for. So you have to have a panel of medications that you're testing for, and you're only going to potentially get positive results from the medications that are being looked for.
What is the generally accepted practice in the field of forensic pathology with respect to autopsies for seeking more than a basic toxicology panel in a case?
So the recommendation from the National Association of Medical Examiners is that you know the medication somebody is potentially taking, weigh them in your evaluation, and order testing that is appropriate for the information that you have.
And in this situation, given the information that was available with respect to the autopsy, was this a situation where a generally accepted practice would be to seek more than a basic panel for the toxicology testing?
So in my training and experience, yes, this panel is, in my experience and using this same lab, so I'm familiar with the panel, is a limited panel and misses medications that a very high number of the population actually take routinely. So it's really looking for substances of abuse or medications that are commonly abused.
You talked earlier before the break and in your testimony just now about seeking contextual information as part of your determinations, seeking information about medical history and the area where someone's injuries might have occurred, and looking at investigative records. Is there any concern for you as a forensic pathologist that contextual information could bias you in some way to information that you're seeing at autopsy?
I would say no. Our job and the recommendation of all of our national organizations is that the job of the forensic pathologist is to be trained and have experience to weigh all of those items and balance out what is in them with what we have at autopsy, and to ultimately make a decision about cause and manner of death. So that's the whole reason that we're trained, is to gather that information, assess it, and form opinions.
Do you need that contextual information in certain cases to reach your determinations?
I would say that we need it in the vast majority of cases, but certainly cases that are more complicated, but we never know sort of how a case is going to turn out and the complexities that will come with it. So best practices are to have the information that's available through the steps that we described, if it's available and accessible.
I think this is really an important point to make because so Paul says Rake never left her body after falling on it. 2 times were in the whole time. Other times moved as she flailed. This is what I think. This is why I like this comment and what it makes me think. Dr. Cruz, in her assessment and conclusions that she formed at the autopsy, said that basically she said that it's highly unlikely that Amy would have been able to pull the corn rake out of her back. But one thing that wasn't asked, and she definitely didn't volunteer, is if Amy fell where the corn rake was on just on the inside of that red shed, and there's that lip between the floor of the shed and the ground, isn't it possible that she tried to push herself off of the corn rake using, like her hands? Instead of trying to pull the rake out of her back, maybe she tried to lift herself off of the rake and then fell back down. I wonder about that.
Did you reach an opinion in this case, Dr. Hammers, about how you would classify the manner of Ms. Mullis's death?
I did.
And what is your conclusion after consideration of all of the background evidence and the evaluation of the hypotheses that you considered in this case?
My opinion is that the manner of death is best classified as an accident.
Why is that?
All of the information that I had available to me to review, it fits with the injuries that were seen. It makes logical sense. There was, witness statements, there was medical information that all came together to add up to what was seen on the body. So there wasn't anything about the injuries and how Ms. Mullis was described as being found, or the implement that was found in her, the way it was reported, the way her body was reported, that made this inconsistent with anything but an accident. I'm sorry, consistent with anything but an accident. I apologize.
For a forensic pathologist to determine that the manner of death in a case is a homicide, what is the generally accepted practice in forensic pathology about the level of proof that a forensic pathologist needs to have to make that determination?
So typically we use to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, but another way to say that would be that it's far more likely than not. So it's not just 51% that this is a homicide, it's that all of the information that you have far outweighs this being a homicide than anything else.
Is your determination that that the manner of Ms. Mullis's death was an accident, is that dependent on an understanding that her death must have occurred in the shed?
I would say no. It's not dependent on that, although I haven't seen any information that indicates that this occurred at any other location.
Is there
Okay. Hey, Yahaha, I don't know how to say it. Yeah. I think it's yeah. Okay, that's how I'm saying it. Yeah. Like, yes. Yeah. Okay. Says, I think the Rake probably did the searches for killing your cheating spouse as well. Obviously, this is a facetious comment, but I'm glad you're back. Nice to see you. I'm reserving judgment on the searches until I hear until the end of this hearing, because I felt like during the original trial, the the defense attorney did not, in my opinion anyway, ask good enough questions regarding that evidence. And I think there were questions that could have been asked that might have narrowed it down just a little bit as to who was actually on that, actually doing those searches. So I'm just kind of curious about that. I'm just going to wait and reserve judgment until the end of the hearing.
Is there a process as a medical examiner for a medical examiner to reconsider the official cause of death that they identified in a death certificate or in other documentation about a case?
Yes.
What is that process?
So it's, there's no.
Hold on. Paul says, sorry, I'm getting ahead of your review. I'll shut up. No. I asked you, and I want to, we're having a discussion. It's perfectly fine. You say whatever you need to say in the chat. No biggie. I'm not that bougie about things.
Sort of formal name for it, but basically any case that you have, someone can always come and ask you to reconsider it. The death certificate is always subject to being able to be changed with new information that changes your cause or manner of death. And so anytime somebody poses new information, you can take that information, review the case in light of that new information, and then decide if you will or will not change the death certificate.
Are there any situations in your career where someone has come to you with new information about a case where you've made an official determination about cause or manner of death?
Yes, there have been.
And under generally accepted practices in forensic pathology, what should the response of a forensic pathologist be in that situation?
Well, in every case that I've had or other people have had where I've worked, the information that comes is taken seriously. It's reviewed. Typically, it's reviewed with someone who is a superior to you. So I would review it, then I would sit down with my boss and discuss it, and we would come to an understanding of, what that material, how that material that was new weighed into what we already had, and if that changed the ultimate opinions or not.
Are you familiar with a concept called implicit bias?
Yes.
What is that?
I'm going to object. It's outside the scope of this witness's knowledge.
I agree. Sustained.
Do you understand? Are you familiar with a field of science called biomechanical engineering?
Yes.
And in general terms, what's your understanding of what that field is?
Again, I'm going to object. Same objection.
Did you want to respond?
I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt the court. This is in Dr. Hammers' report that she considered this field and that she consulted with an expert in this field in reaching her opinions. I don't intend to go into the details of this field. That's not my purpose, but just that's the purpose for these questions, Your Honor.
I believe they have a biomechanical expert. That's the next witness. I don't know why we have to rehash this. It's outside our scope.
Very, very, let's keep it very, very limited.
Understood, Your Honor.
Very limited. And again, I'll read the report. Obviously, this isn't a.
Oh, man. Hold on. Okay. There's Erin Moriarty again, back for day 2, wearing her signature turtleneck, this time black. Last time it was blue.
Again, I'll read the report. Obviously, this isn't a jury trial. Let's try to move this along, please, Ms. Thompson.
Understood, Your Honor. Let me ask you this question, Dr. Hammers. Do forensic scientists consult in some cases with biomechanical experts in reaching their opinions?
Yes.
Is that a generally accepted practice in your field?
Yes, it is.
Did you consult with the biomechanical expert in considering your opinions in this case?
I certainly read their report, but I had my own opinions separate from what the biomechanical expert had to say. It happened that their opinion supported what I already believed to be the case, which was this was an accident, but my opinions and my conclusions were made outside of that.
The opinions that you've offered in your testimony here today, are any of those opinions based on new developments in the field of forensic pathology since 2019?
No.
Are these opinions that you could have offered in 2019?
Yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Hold on. So Nikaditka asks, ooh, wait, Google searches? What were those? There were several Google searches. I know it's going to, I'm pretty sure it's going to come up in this hearing. So I'll just wait. There were some, they did an extraction. There were some Google searches, something to the effect of, I can't remember now. I don't want to say because I don't want to be wrong.
Is the report that you referenced reading in the field of biomechanical engineering in this case a report from someone named Dr. Susan Boley?
Yes.
And did you consider the information in Dr. Boley's opinion, the report that you read in reaching your opinions in this case?
I did consider it, yes.
Your Honor, on that basis, we are seeking to admit Dr. Boley's report in this case, and I think that we could take up the issue of its admissibility at another time, but we are at this point making a proffer that we'd seek to admit it based on this testimony.
And for the reasons we've already stated early on in testimony earlier this morning, we have the same objection to that based upon the same cases that I cited.
Okay, sure. And we'll save that argument for another time so we can keep moving forward.
I have no other questions this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Dr. Hammerst, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. You agree the wounds that caused Amy Mullis's death, as they've been described by Kelly Cruz, you agree with that, correct?
That the set of puncture wounds caused her death?
Right.
Yes, that's correct.
And there are other injuries to her body that were observed at autopsy, these blunt force injuries that you've described?
Yes, there were blunt force injuries, correct.
So you agree with Cruz on what she calls them sharp force injuries, you call them something else, but it's the stab wounds that caused her death, correct?
I wouldn't call them stab wounds, but the penetrating wounds, yes.
So the penetrating wounds, as observed at autopsy, you agree with Dr. Cruz that those caused Amy Mullis's death, correct?
They caused her death, correct.
Right. And the number of injuries Kelly Cruz counted correctly, would that be true?
A through F, yes.
Okay. And you agree that A through F were the injuries that were observed at autopsy?
Correct.
You don't have any contrary information or anything that you observed from the autopsy of Kelly Cruz that would contradict that, correct?
In regard to the number of injuries, if we're just talking to the ones on her back, yes, I agree with that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
You agree with Cruz on the orientation of the injuries on the back, correct?
Yes.
You don't have any dispute with the measurements that she made with regard to the distance between the injuries, correct?
Correct. I'm not disagreeing with her measurements.
Or the depth of the injuries?
I'm not disagreeing with her depth measurements. 4
of the injuries, A through D, were downward, and the other 2, E and F, were upward?
Correct.
Okay. And I think I asked you this already about all the blunt force injuries. You agree those were all documented correctly, is that right?
As far as, I would say, the location and the general description.
And the photographs that you were able to observe?
Yes.
I think the only thing you really, maybe were critical of Dr. Cruz on was that she should have taken more photos of the internal injuries. Is that true?
I mean, if we're just talking about the autopsy process, I would say, yes, she could have taken more internal photographs.
So what it really boils down to is your disagreement with Dr. Cruz is that she ruled this a homicide and you would have ruled it an accident, right? Is that what this really comes down to?
I mean, I would say that's the final statement, but I think there's other things in between that I don't agree with the way that she's described them or testified to them.
You may have done the autopsy differently, correct? You may have done different things if you would have done the autopsy to Amy Mullis.
True, maybe.
And that differs from pathologist to pathologist, isn't that true?
I mean, yes, there's going to be some variation.
Right. I mean, the core of what you do is basically the same, but there may be some variations there, correct?
True.
All right. Now, I know that you discussed these hypotheses here, but swinging the rake could cause the injuries that we see on her back, correct?
I don't know that they could, actually.
Not at all? Can completely exclude it?
I believe that I testified that I did exclude that as a possibility.
Okay. You could push the rake into Amy Mullis's back, correct?
I believe I disagreed with that as well.
Okay. So an attacker, let's assume there's an attacker, okay, that's not an accident. They could take the rake and use it as a weapon and push it into Amy Mullis's back, right? They could do that.
I believe I just testified just a little while ago that I've never seen that, I've never read that, and I've never read any report of somebody pushing a corn rake into somebody's back.
I'm not sure there is another murder with a corn rake out there. Would you agree?
Your objection is?
I apologize, I'm not trying to get animated, Your Honor, but that really assumes, obviously, the exact issue that we're here to talk about, whether there's another murder with a corn rake. Because the issue here is whether this was a murder, Your Honor, that's why we're here.
Okay, well. Kelly, can you read me the question again?
Not sure that there is another murder with a corn rake out there. Would you agree?
Mr. Brown, I guess maybe can you just ask a new question?
So I will. So I think we both can agree that the death by corn rake is something unique. Would that be true?
I would say it's unique in the specific implement, but there certainly have been cases of people dying with other farming type of implements that are in the category of a rake.
Or other instruments that are sharp enough to penetrate the body, correct?
Yes.
You see that all the time.
I wouldn't say all the time, but we see it
But like a knife wound.
enough.
Right?
Right, but this is very different than a knife
I
wound.
understand, but it's something that penetrates the body that causes death. You have seen that before.
Yes, correct.
Okay. We can both agree that the corn rake, specifically as an implement to do that, is unique. True?
Yes, that's true.
There are 6 injuries to the back of Amy Mullis that are penetrating injuries, correct?
Yes,
4 times on the corn rake.
yes,
That means it penetrated her body more than 1 time, correct?
yes.
All right. There has been a suggestion by Dr. Cruz that it was 2, very likely 3 times, and I assume you would agree with that.
The only thing that I would say is I think there had to be more than one episode of her being penetrated, but that doesn't imply that it was like that there was no contact with the body or no times in the body when those additional penetrations occurred.
All right. So there's 4 times on the corn rake, correct?
Yes,
We have 4 wounds that are in the same orientation in that you're nodding, so you agree with me, correct?
No.
No?
they're in the same direction, but they do not have the same orientation on the surface of the
Okay,
skin.
my apologies. But they're in the same direction, correct? And there are 4 of those, A, B, C, and D?
The path through the body is the same, yes, or similar.
And then there are 2 others that you have identified that would have happened at a different time, correct?
I don't know that I would say a different time, but
How would you say it? How did you say it?
they're traveling in a different direction, so they likely happened together, but I wouldn't specify the time.
So you've classified this as an accident in your opinion, correct?
Yes,
So that means that the corn rake would have to be in a position where Amy Mullis could fall on it, correct?
correct.
So it would have to be laying presumably on the ground, right?
I don't know that I would draw that conclusion because I'm not a biomechanical engineer, so I can't speak to the exact forces, but she would have to have enough acceleration of her body to generate enough force for that to pierce her clothing and her body.
Putting the rake on the ground, that would probably be the place furthest away from her where enough force could be generated to cause the injuries that you see, correct?
So again, I think it's very plausible that the rake could be on the ground, but I can't speak to the specific forces that it would take because I haven't done those calculations and don't have that expertise.
She would have to lose consciousness or strength, right, in order to fall. Would that be right?
She would have to do what?
She'd have to, like, pass out,
In order to fall?
correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound like alarmed. I'm sorry. No, I mean, you can trip and fall. You could step on equipment and fall. Like, I don't think that consciousness is inferred from her falling.
But it would have to be with enough force that the tines of the rake could penetrate her body, correct?
Correct.
And that this happened multiple times, correct?
Some of the tines had to have penetrated her body more than one
So
time.
she fell on the rake more than once.
Correct.
Fell on it more than twice, very likely, correct?
Based off of what I've described, I think it's likely that it is more than twice.
You provided some testimony as to the location of this incident, and I believe you called it, you correct me if I'm wrong, some sort of barn or outbuilding?
I think I called it a shed.
A shed, okay. So are you presuming that Amy Mullis was killed in the shed?
I'm not presuming that she was killed, number one, because I told you that my opinion is it's an accident. But number two, I haven't seen any information that suggests or indicates that this happened anywhere but in the shed.
Who provided the information that it would have happened in the shed?
Well, the information that I've reviewed has no information that this likely happened anywhere else. There's blood droplets
I'm
in the
asking you
shed.
who provided it. Who provided the information? Todd Mullis, right? He's the one that provided the information that she was in the shed? Is that right?
That is not what my opinion is. If I can complete my answer, then I can explain to you where I got the
Go ahead.
information from. Okay. So yes, there is statements from Mr. Mullis and his son about finding her in the shed. There are pictures from the deputies that went to the shed where there are blood droplets in the shed. There's no blood droplets anywhere else that are identified, and nobody, even the police reports that I read, indicated that they suspected that this happened anywhere else.
So Todd Mullis removed Amy Mullis from the scene, correct? You know that.
My understanding is that he and his son did.
And they would have put her in a car or vehicle, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Traveled for a distance,
That's my understanding, yes.
pulled over because he was told to do so by EMTs, is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So the ambulance and whoever was sent out to help her could meet on the roadside to assist, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
So there's no 911 call that happens from the farm. You never reviewed that, correct?
My understanding is that it happened like on the way to the toward the hospital.
Right, en route to the hospital, correct? Or en
Correct.
route to wherever he was taking her?
Correct.
To get back to the information that you're relying on that came from Todd Mullis, he provided information as to Amy Mullis being in the barn or the shed, correct?
So I just want to be clear. Are you saying that Mr. Mullis gave me materials to review?
No.
Is that what you're asking me?
Well, you told us that you reviewed the investigation in this case, right? And that he provided statements?
Okay, that's what I just want to be clear on. So what you're asking me is his statements to the police or to the hospital or to
Right, or
first
wherever
responders,
they, or
whoever.
whatever source.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So how would you answer that question?
I'm sorry, what are you asking me about
I
then?
said, the only person that provided information as to where Amy Mullis was located was Todd Mullis and possibly Tristan, correct? They're the only other two that were at the farm.
That's my understanding, yes.
So only those two people. So there's no independent confirmation of that by law enforcement or anybody else that you know of, correct?
As far as specifically finding her the way that they did, it was the two of them, correct?
And his description of Amy Mullis being in the barn with a rake in her back, that is his and his alone, correct?
I believe his son also stated that.
Okay, those two, but nobody else?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, but to be fair, Mr. Prosecuting Attorney, representing the state. Oh, hold on. I'm not muted on my phone. The circumstances under which all of this occurred and the fact that this is such a rural area and Todd Mullis felt that removing the corn rake and rushing her to the hospital would get her help faster than if he had remained there and not touched anything, including his wife, right, or the corn rake. So I feel like it's all around. It's a unique set of circumstances, and so there wouldn't be independent witnesses.
Did you factor into any of your opinions any information that Amy Mullis was unsteady on the day that she died?
I mean, I would say that I factored in the complaints that she had that were reported and the medications that she had and the complaints she had prior to her procedure and the fact that she had a procedure just about 4 days before that.
So what's the answer to that? That she was unsteady, or that you had information that she was?
I'm saying I took all of that into consideration.
Okay. Todd Mullis also.
Hold on. I also want to say this one thing because for whatever reason, my own comment didn't come through. And it's my response to what Paul said. Paul said, this fell on it business is totally misleading. It's why so many people who think he's guilty believe that so fervently. It doesn't reflect the reality of what quote unquote fell on it means. I actually, I agree with this statement, and I would submit that potentially a more apt description would be landed on it, not fell on it.
So describes her that way. Is that right?
I believe he described her as just coming back to helping on the farm that day because she had been saying, not working because of her procedure, and that she had complained about not feeling well in some way and was going back inside to rest.
Okay. So with regard to the amount of force that it would be needed to observe the injuries that you saw, or that you also observed from Cruz's autopsy, you're claiming that those all came from an accidental fall. Is that right?
Well, my determination is that the manner of death is an accident.
All right, okay. So you were asked about pushing the rake into her back. Your testimony is that you've not seen those kinds of injuries before.
No, my testimony was that my training and experience has not identified situations where something with multiple objects on it have been able to be pushed in. That's what you were describing, right? Somebody standing and pushing into somebody's back multiple times into somebody's body at the same time.
You've seen the rake, correct?
I've seen pictures of it.
Or photos of it. You could take the rake, if you wanted to do it, and push it into somebody's back and stab them, right?
So what I said was, I do not, in my experience, you cannot do that with multiple times on a rake.
Now about the rake itself that you've seen pictures of. You could take the rake and push it into somebody's back and use it as a weapon. Isn't that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I think this was asked and answered.
Overruled.
In my experience and in my opinion, you cannot do that.
You can't do that, but you can fall on the rake. You can't push the rake into somebody. Is that what you're telling us?
I'm saying in my experience and my training, no, you can't. But again, I am not a biomechanical engineer, so I can't answer that for you with...
Go ahead, no, finish.
I cannot answer that for you with calculations, but I'm telling you from my training and experience, I've not seen that, and I have not I have not experienced that. And I do not believe that you could take multiple times and just push them into somebody intentionally.
Okay, I think that I understand what the state is asking and what the witness is answering. And I think what the state is asking is, could Todd, or anybody for that matter, have taken that corn rake and held it and pushed it into Amy's body? And what the witness is testifying is she's never seen that happen before. And so that, and based on her experience and training in conjunction with the actual injuries that Amy Mullis sustained, it doesn't add up. I actually think that's what she's trying to say. I think that what she's saying is that the way these injuries could not have been sustained from somebody doing that.
But you can fall on the rake and that could happen.
Correct, because you're getting enough force to fall on the rake.
How about kick the rake into her back or stomp on it if they put the rake against her skin or put the rake against her back? That could happen?
So Theoretically, that could happen. I can't answer about the forces on that, but I've also not been presented with any information that suggests that that's what happened.
Okay. Dr. Hammers, you indicated that you take into account the investigation, correct?
Yes.
That would include all information that's been provided to you?
Yes.
I assume if you were missing some information or you thought you were, you would request that?
If I felt like there was something out there that would help me with my analysis, I would ask for it, yes.
And information that, particularly since Todd Mullis was the suspect here, statements from him would be potentially relevant to your determination. Isn't that true?
Are you asking the ones that I had or
No,
something?
I'm just asking you in general terms. I mean, statements that he would have made about what happened would be relevant to your determination.
They could be, yes.
His motive might be part of that.
Again, it could be.
If he had a reason to kill Amy Mullis, that would be something you would factor in?
It would be, and it would be something I would factor in. It would, I would take it with the other information.
I mean, if a defendant confesses to a shooting, you might call that a homicide or at least factor in a statement if they confess to that type of crime. Is that right?
I would say I wouldn't necessarily call it a homicide just because of their statement. And if it didn't make sense that it could be a homicide from my autopsy, then I wouldn't call it a homicide just because somebody told me it was a homicide.
Oh, she answered that very, very well because that was quite a tricky question, which I appreciate because, so let me just keep going.
I would use that as a piece of information with the rest of my examination.
And if a defendant would confess to a stabbing, that might contribute to your finding that it's a homicide. Is that correct?
Again, I wouldn't make that determination off of somebody's confession. I would make it off of the entire amount of information that I have. Again, if it didn't make sense that someone could stab that person based off of the circumstances and the set of injuries, then I wouldn't call it a homicide just because somebody was confessing to it.
Correct. So a good example of this would be what are known as Black Widow killers. So, or murderers, I should say. There was a case a long, long time ago, and I think I watched it on either Cold Case or Forensic Files, one of those shows back in the day. Basically, what it was there was a woman who had been married twice. Both of her husbands died. Both of those deaths were ruled suicide. But the second husband, the circumstances surrounding his death were quite suspicious. His wife at the time said that he went to sleep with a loaded firearm underneath his pillow, and that at some point during the night, it went off, shooting him in the head, and then he died. And what she's saying is if she had heard that, right, she would take that into consideration, but she wouldn't base her findings on solely on what had been represented to her as having occurred, because that's why they send bodies for autopsy. It's to rule out as much as it is to rule in, if that makes sense. So she is saying she didn't base her opinions on what Todd Mullis reported as happening. What she's saying is, I knew what he said had happened. I reviewed the records, all of the records in totality, and this is the conclusion that I came up with that supports Todd Mullis's version of events.
And if Todd Mullis in this case made the statement that Amy was a cheating whore, or that she needed to...
I'm sorry, I apologize, Your Honor.
Or that she needed to go to hell because she was a cheating whore, would you factor that in?
Objection, Your Honor.
This is evidence that was at the trial.
This is I guess the question is if. So without understanding, I'll withdraw my question, or my objection, Your Honor.
The witness may answer.
So again, I would take that into consideration as information that I would have.
Did you factor that in this case?
To my knowledge, I did not have that information.
Okay. Does that change your opinion if
It
you
does
made
not.
those statements?
It does not.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just a couple of questions, Your Honor.
I think basically what she is saying is that she would listen and take everything into consideration, but ultimately there would have to be further evidence that supported someone's statement about what occurred. There has to be some type of corroborating evidence. For example, I took a bit of an issue yesterday with Dr. Cruz, who who said that knowing how the rake, what position the rake was in her back, had no bearing on her. She didn't need that information, and it would have no bearing on her ultimate conclusions. But I would submit that you could use that to either prove or disprove Todd's statement. So having taken that into consideration, I think would have been important. I don't think that either forensic pathologist should or does take a statement at face value and just accept it and say, oh, that's what happened. I mean, what would be the point of doing an autopsy if you were going to do that?
Wounds A through F are not stab wounds, in your opinion. Is that right?
Correct.
And are your opinions in this case dependent on whether Ms. Mullis experienced the injuries that we're talking about in this case in the shed of the Mullis farm or somewhere else?
No, they're not dependent on her being in the shed.
Have you received
That I would have.
Did you factor that in this case?
To my knowledge, I did not have that information.
Oh my gosh, that was weird. I didn't touch the stream. I don't know why it rewound like that, but it sure did. All right, here we go.
Reasonable, what is likely, and what is most likely, and matches with all of the and is consistent with all of the information that we have available.
One moment, Your Honor.
So my point to that whole story was that the wife said it was a suicide situation, but when they took all of the evidence, including the evidence at autopsy, they found that it was a homicide, and a lot of it, and the majority of it, had to do with the trajectory of the bullet, and
Any recross?
Nothing else.
Thank you, doctor. You may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is the plan. By the way, hey, EK, welcome in. What we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and end it for today because there's like about, there's a good, probably 2 hours, maybe a little less, of testimony left. And I am really, really interested in what the biomechanical engineer has to say. And I think that we should do a part 2 and do it tonight. That way we can solely focus on that, because it's been a lot of testimony so far from this forensic pathologist. And I really do want to be able to focus. So I think that, and we've been going for almost 5 hours. So I think I'm going to stop here, and then I will schedule a live tonight for 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. And we'll go over the second half of day 2's testimony, and we'll start back up with day 3 on Thursday morning. Does that sound like a plan? All right, I hope so. All right, you guys let me stop sharing this. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it so very much. I find this this whole testimony very interesting. And like I said before, I have not heard any evidence thus far that pushes me to an actual innocence claim. So, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to change my mind. I'm just still not there yet. But anyway, thank you guys for being here. If you have not done so already, if you don't mind, are you talking about watch his cross in this hearing or watching his cross in the original trial? Because if it's the original trial, I covered the original trial. And so I did watch his cross. But anywho, you guys have a fantastic rest of I watched it. I watched the original trial, and I'll tell you what I thought about his cross-examination. I didn't hear in the recorded 911 call, I didn't hear what the state alleges was mumbled under his breath. I just didn't. I heard there's something there, but I didn't hear what they allege that he said. But anyway, we'll go back and we're going to still talk about all of this because it's all going to come back up again in this in the hearings. So anyway, I'm going to let you guys go for today. Have a fantastic rest of your day, and I'll see you guys back tonight. Bye.
And hold me like you do.